Thank you all for appearing today and being part of the Select Committee on PFAS. I declare open this third hearing of the Senate Select Committee on PFAS inquiry into the extent, regulation and management of PFAS in Australia. I acknowledge the Darug people as the traditional owners of the land on which we meet on today and thank them for caring for the land and waters for thousands of years. Today's hearing will mostly run in person, except for our last witness of the day, the National Medical Health Research Council, the NHMRC, who will be joining us via teleconference. For the benefit of witnesses, I am the Chair, Senator Lydia Thorpe. I am joined today by Deputy Chair, Senator Varun Ghosh, Senator Perrin Davey and Senator Peter Whish-Wilson. Welcome all. These are public proceedings. Audio is being streamed live via the Parliament's website and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. To start the day, we will be hosting a roundtable discussion with community members from the Blue Mountains and Richmond, as well as some Sydney-based academics. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Let's start with.
Good morning, Senators. I'm Dr. Nicholas Charters. I'm from the School of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medicine and Health, University of Sydney.
Good morning. My name's Dr. Ian Wright. I'm with the School of Science at Western Sydney University.
Stuart Kahn. I'm with the Head of School of Civil Engineering at the University of Sydney.
I'm John Dee from the Blue Mountains, and I head up the local Stop PFAS community group that's campaigning on PFAS contamination of our tap water.
I'm Joanna Pickford, and I set up the Hawkesbury PFAS network on the Facebook page to help the residents.
Thank you.
Alistair McLaren, former farmer from Richmond, right across the road from the RAF place.
Thank you. We were hoping that this roundtable session could run a bit differently from a traditional hearing, so feel free to add to each other's responses while also being respectful of each other's contributions. To begin the session, I'll invite each of you to make a short opening statement, then we will go to questions and discussion. So I might start with you, Dr. Charters.
Thank you for the opportunity to be part of today's hearing and roundtable discussion. I've worked on federal chemical policy in the US for several years, monitoring and evaluating the United States Environmental Protection Agency's implementation of the Toxic Substances Control Act, the primary law that regulates chemicals in the US. I published with world-leading experts on the most advanced chemical risk assessment methods for regulatory bodies to adopt that will ensure risk is not underestimated, especially in susceptible subpopulations, including women, children, workers and low-income communities, and thus ensuring health equity. In the last 4 years, 3 world-leading authoritative bodies, the International Agency for Research on Cancer, the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine, and the US Environmental Protection Agency have all established that PFOA and PFOS are carcinogens, and it's associated with multiple health effects, including heart disease, immunological effects and developmental effects. Many of these reviews relied on state-of-the-art systematic review methods to evaluate the evidence that have been widely used in clinical sciences throughout the world to inform billions of dollars of healthcare spending. And importantly, these agencies use multiple streams of evidence, human, animal and in vitro studies to come up with these conclusions. Empirical studies have also shown that the main manufacturers and sellers of PFOA and PFOS in the US, 3M DuPont, suppressed the science from regulatory agencies for decades, which prevented timely regulation, leading to the greatest human and environmental disaster the world has seen. It is likely that every single person in this room has PFAS in their blood at this moment in time, And governments around the world cannot tell you what the likely source of that exposure is, how much is in our environment, and what the cumulative effects of these chemicals are. They are persistent, so they don't leave our environment for several decades, and they bioaccumulate, building up in our bodies over time. According to the US Centre for Disease and Control, there are 14,000 variants, very few which have been assessed for safety. Therefore, a failure to regulate these chemicals by class has led to regrettable substitutions of PFAS chemicals with less research and similarly hazardous replacements. By evaluating chemicals by class rather than individually, Australian regulators could better address the cumulative and synergistic effects of PFAS chemical exposures, thus enhancing public health protections and avoiding the unintended consequences of chemical substitutions. In February 2023, 5 European countries proposed a PFAS universal restriction under the EU chemical regulation, and the states of Maine and Minnesota in the US have also put in bans on non-essential PFAS. There are several other critical issues with how we regulate chemicals in Australia, including the reliance on chemical industry produced data to approve new chemicals that come to market. I look forward to discussing how we can address these fundamental flaws in Australia to ensure the health and safety of our children. Thank you, Senators.
Thank you. Dr. Wright.
All public water supplies, drinking water supplies across Australia need to be monitored for PFAS, and people have a right to that information. At the moment, we don't have anything like the leadership that the US EPA provides across the United States. Currently, the best source of information for people, if they're frustrated by the lack of information provided by their water supplier, is often the media or a non-government organisation, Friends of the Earth, that have an excellent map and they're recording in a centralised way. There's an enormous vacuum that the Commonwealth can fill here to provide that leadership and help provide access to timely, updated information. This is an emerging problem. Every week there are more hotspots, but there are also rising anxieties with people that are concerned about their supply. I know we're going to hear a little bit later about what has happened in Sydney and Water New South Wales and how a supply in the best resourced water utility in Australia managed to silently have a PFAS problem without anyone knowing. The Commonwealth needs to provide strong leadership here, and I think there's a great opportunity with the current revision of the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. And again, I know NHMRC is going to talk about that later. But along with that needs to come information to help explain to people, to customers. For example, what if your water supply does have elevated PFAS? What are the alternatives? What if filter works? Where can you get water? Can you get your blood tested? There are enormous gaps in our knowledge in PFAS in Australian waterways. All water resources, both surface water, groundwater, drinking water, need to be monitored. At the moment, it's like a great national secret. If there is information, or don't go there because we don't want to know the result. The Commonwealth has responsibilities and powers under the EPBC Act for matters of national environmental significance. And I think there's grounds for PFAS to be declared a key threatening process, but particularly where the Commonwealth has a role, for example, Kakadu, Barrier Reef, Murray-Darling, that's a very obvious place to show some leadership and document where the PFAS is. Everywhere I look, we find it, and sometimes its greatest surprise is, why hasn't someone done this before? There's a growing worldwide awareness that PFAS is accumulating in wildlife, and particularly as we go up the different levels in the food chain. My own research group has found PFAS in platypus, and they're, believe it or not, they're not a dangerous looking creature, but they are a top order predator of inland waterways. This is not a surprise because predators in the Arctic, right across the northern hemisphere, wherever we look, we find it. And that is both a concern for their conservation, but also, if we find it, I'm now chasing up where we've found some very high PFAS levels in platypus, for example, in the Hunter, Central Coast and Southern Highlands. Where is that coming from? There are still so many concerns. There is an impression. There's been a big focus on military bases and PFAS and firefighting appropriately, but it's so many more locations. And I note that the EPA has just put PFAS on the new pollution discharge licence for the Cadia mine in Orange. And I think that's also a very obvious place to document what's coming when we recycle and treat wastewater and discharge it. That's a fantastic census point to measure PFAS. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Professor Khan.
Thank you. Almost every molecule of PFAS that's ever been synthesised is still with us in PFAS form. Some do break down, but mostly to new PFAS. Many of these molecules contaminate soil, waterways, food, the atmosphere, rainfall, fish, reptiles, birds and mammals, including humans. Recently, costs to remove and destroy PFAS from the environment were estimated for the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. The lead author was astounded to find that the scale of the cost for the most affordable wastewater treatment option, granular activated carbon, was 12 to 25 billion US dollars over 20 years, just for wastewater treatment, just in the state of Minnesota. To meet our current US EPA drinking water maximum contaminant levels, US water industry peak bodies have estimated that more than 50 billion US dollars will be needed to install and operate additional treatment technology over 20 years. In 2024, it was determined that it would cost more than the global GDP to remove PFAS from the global environment at the rate that we're currently adding them right now. In Australia, costs would be significantly greater since we have very little existing capacity to upgrade or operate drinking water or wastewater treatment plants with GAC, granular activated carbon. The GAC regeneration costs would also be significantly greater since few suitable facilities exist in Australia. As global science has evolved to suggest the need for increasingly low levels of PFAS in safe drinking water, reports of PFAS contamination have increased. PFAS pollution of environmental water bodies now puts the entire concept of safe, affordable, publicly supplied tap water in jeopardy. The need to manage PFAS contamination of water at drinking water treatment plants will add significantly to the cost of managing and supplying safe drinking water. In most cases, these increased costs will be passed on to consumers through increased water bills. Passing on the costs of managing PFAS in drinking water to consumers is the opposite of the polluter pays principle, the idea that those who create pollution should pay for the costs of remediating it. I call on the committee to adopt the following recommendations. Support a far-reaching ban for PFAS used in products made inside and outside Australia. PFOA, PFOS and PFHXS now appear on Schedule 7 of the ICAMS register. This prohibits these chemicals from import, manufacture, export and use in Australia from July this year. Materials containing these products will not be able to be used or imported. We must now expand ICAMS scheduling to include a much wider range of PFAS, and we must properly resource the capability for chemical residue testing in a wide range of products, including cosmetics, furniture, fabrics, food and food packaging to support ICAMS restrictions and other risk management activities. We must make the polluter pay. PFAS pollution threatens to cost Australians billions of dollars every year. These costs will be borne by water operators, municipalities and WaterServices customers. Mechanisms are required to push the costs back onto manufacturers, importers and users. We must promote innovation. Australian research agencies should further support the development of adequate and more sustainable PFAS substitutes and PFAS removal and destruction technologies. Australia must take steps to reduce the likelihood of similar chemical pollution problems occurring in the future. Proper and thorough risk assessment would have revealed the forever chemical nature of PFAS at the time that they were first introduced to products used in Australia. Ideally, this would have happened in the country of origin. However, other countries cannot be relied upon to properly assess and control the chemical products they produce and export. There has clearly been very little environmental protection delivered by the flailing US EPA. Australian authorities must be much more proactive in assessing and regulating future incoming chemicals and chemical residues. PFAS pollution in Australia underlies why we need a new global policy on chemicals. Global policy body on chemicals. The Australian government should proactively support the establishment of a new intergovernmental body based on scientific knowledge for improved risk assessment, regulation and management of chemical contaminants. Finally, Through current and ongoing reform of water management in Australia, the Commonwealth Government should seek to take a much more active role in setting drinking water quality and risk management requirements. It's time for an Australian Safe Drinking Water Act. Such an act would enable the Commonwealth to mandate consistent application of best practices for managing drinking water quality as defined by the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines nationally.
Great. Thank you, Professor Khan.
Good morning, everybody. I'm John Dee, the organiser of the Stop PFAS community group in the Blue Mountains. Back in June last year, I should acknowledge, by the way, that we're on the land of the Gundungurra people in Katoomba, and I want to pay my respects to elders past and present. I'm John Dee, the organiser of the Stop PFAS community group in the Blue Mountains. Back in June last year, Sydney Water undertook its first PFAS testing of our local waterways, even though the US EPA had written to the federal government back in the year 2000 warning us about the dangers of PFAS chemicals. It was only June last year that we actually had our first testing to see if we had PFAS in our drinking water. Sydney Water found that our drinking water contained PFAS chemicals at levels that were multiple times higher than what's considered safe in the USA. Since the first testing back in June 2024, Sydney Water, Water New South Wales, the New South Wales Government and its agencies have still not told our Blue Mountains community where this PFAS contamination originated, when this PFAS contamination first occurred, how long Blue Mountains residents have been drinking tap water that's contaminated with toxic PFAS forever chemicals, and very importantly, they have not told us at what levels we have been drinking PFAS chemicals in our drinking water since the first contamination took place. Despite this, we've been told by all these government entities and by people like Professor Khan on my right, who has been in the media telling us that our tap water is very safe and very clean because it meets the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. Now, our view is that Professor Khan and these entities should not have been assuring our communities that our tap water was safe because there was no PFAS testing undertaken before June 2024. So it's our view that they had no idea about, but they can't tell us, what were the levels of PFAS chemicals that we were exposed to. If they were 4 times higher than what's considered safe in America in June of last year, what were they 32 years ago when we believed this contamination first took place? And that's an issue I want to raise later. We have no idea how long we've been exposed to PFAS chemicals and at what levels we've been exposed. What we do know is that Sydney Water and Water New South Wales have been supplying us for many years with water that's got unsafe levels of PFAS chemicals. It's our view in our community that we've been badly misled by the authorities about the safety of our tap water. Our view is that Australia has inadequate and out-of-date drinking water guidelines that have allowed PFAS levels in drinking water that are considered unsafe in America. Given the inability of Sydney Water and Water New South Wales to tell us where the contamination came from, I set up the Stop PFAS community group, and previously I've set up organisations like Planet Ark and other environmental groups, and I undertook our own investigation to try and find out where this contamination came from. We found that a petrol tanker with 40,000 litres of petrol crashed and burned on the Great Western Highway at Medlow Bath in September 1992. We obtained high-quality photographs of the crash scene, and more importantly, we have all of the raw TV news footage of the crash scene. So we actually can prove beyond doubt that firefighting foam from multiple trucks over a very long period was poured onto the petrol tanker that was on its side, on the crash barrier, on an embankment, and huge amounts of foam went down that embankment, which also had to be put out because they had 40,000 litres of petrol on fire. And maybe 60 metres away was the waterway that was the entrance to our local waterways that led into Adams Creek and then into the dam. So we know absolutely beyond doubt that in 1992, vast quantities of firefighting foam with PFAS chemicals entered our local waterway system and ended up in our dam. Unfortunately, Water New South Wales is telling us that they won't know the results of their investigation until June, but our testing last October with Dr. Ian Wright showed that the PFAS levels in running water right near to the crash scene are still at levels of 2,200 nanograms a litre, and the PFAS levels are 980 nanograms a litre. That contamination at that high level is from the firefighting foam in 1992. So it's our community's view that we have been drinking contaminated drinking water potentially for 32 years. And yet we've got people telling us that it's totally safe. There's no impact. New South Wales Health is refusing to do any blood tests of our communities, even though myself and many other people in our community have recently found through blood tests that we've got dangerously high levels of cholesterol in our bodies. My doctor has no idea where that came from. But the health minister is refusing to do blood tests. New South Wales Health is refusing to do it. And I think this is part of the problem with the health community. They're swinging in too much in behind this, let's sing from the same song sheet with the water industry. And I'm really concerned about the water industry and the health industry basically covering this up. I'll just touch on a couple of other points and I'll finish. I've got grave concerns with the NHMRC and the way they're running the safety of drinking water in Australia. The EPA told us from America that nobody from the NHMRC contacted them to find out why they created such strong guidelines in the US on PFAS pollution levels. They didn't bother to contact them or have a formal meeting, and I've got that in writing from the US EPA. In America, the safe level for PFOA in drinking water is 4 nanograms a litre. That's proven to cause cancer. In Australia, NHMRC is proposing a safe level of 200 nanograms a litre of PFOA in the draft Australian drinking water guidelines. That's 50 times higher than America, and that's the World Health Organization said that is PFOA is carcinogenic to humans. Finally, our view is that the drinking water guidelines that NHMRC are about to set have to be at the same level as America. This idea that somehow America's got it wrong, even though they've considered over 2,000 peer-reviewed documents and reports, and yet the NHMRC didn't bother to meet them, according to the EPA in America. And that's just, it's a disgrace. It's letting for a so-called health organisation to fail to engage with America's leading entity on that, I think is an utter disgrace. I think we need a national entity to bring about action to reduce the problems of PFAS in our drinking water and environment. I would agree with Professor Khan that we need an effective ban and more action on stopping the use of PFAS in our community. But I do think the health community needs to take PFAS a lot more seriously. I think they're being inept on this. From my discussions with medical experts in America, they're way more ahead on this than the Australian counterparts. I don't agree with Professor Khan that our water bills are going to go up. The way to stop that happening is for the federal government to sue 3M, get them to pay for every single cent we're going to pay on upgrading our water treatment plant. We're told that it's going to cost $80 to $100 million to upgrade our water treatment plant in the Blue Mountains. Taxpayers and ratepayers, people who paying their water bills should not pay for that. That pollution and damage to our environment has been caused by 3M's products. They should pay for it. In America, they've just been found last year they've got to pay, in this first court case, between $10.5 and $12.5 billion US to water entities to pay for the upgrade to get rid of PFAS. They should do the same in Australia. Why should we be any different? We've spent hundreds of millions of dollars in compensating communities for PFAS damage. Why are we paying that? That should be paid by 3M. If they can do it in America, they should do it here. And finally, I do think we need a ban on PFAS chemicals, and we need to see more action, less talk and less cover-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. D. Ms. Pickford.
Hi. I established the Hawkesbury PFAS Facebook page to provide support and information for the residents who have been impacted by PFAS because the Defence Force was trying to put everything under the carpet. They didn't even invite me to a session when they came, that they were having a public community session, when they knew I had PFAS, and they told me on the day when they came to tell me how high the level of PFAS was in my chickens, and that was their third meeting, and I hadn't even heard about the first or second. In 1987, roughly about the same time that I settled in the Hawkesbury region, the government was informed in a consultant's report that the firefighting foam containing PFAS should be treated as toxic waste. Defence deliberately took no action, a fact that was uncovered by the ABC's Four Corners programme in 2017. When I discovered that there was PFAS on my property and in my chickens' eggs, it was a year later in 2018. As far back as 2002, the Defence Force Research Project, which included data collected from Richmond RAF base and all the other bases around Australia, concluded that the PFAS contamination posed a major environmental issue. And when I questioned the RAF base about that, they said to me, "Oh, don't worry about that report, it was done by juniors." We now find ourselves in 2025, and people are only just starting to become aware of PFAS and the significant problem it poses to our health and our environment. That's a whopping gap of 37 years in which the government could and should have been taking action. This inaction is tantamount to reckless misconduct and public endangerment. It is now time for the government to come clean and be honest about the PFAS problem. I believe that all levels of government should be included in looking ways to assess the ongoing spread of these chemicals and what the clean-up is required. In Hawkesbury Council's draft strategic plan to 2045, there is no mention of the contamination or any plan to deal with it. Hawkesbury Council is totally terrified of the Defence Force. They will not say a word against the Defence Force. I also know that Defence has plans only to clean up the base itself, despite the contamination being spread to nearby areas. If this was a public company that caused this level of environmental damage, the EPA would have slapped them with a huge fine and required them to clean up the mess. Yet because it's the government department that has caused the problem, they don't have to. Lastly, we need to discuss the level of PFAS in our drinking water. I've got a bit different information from John. I've got down here that the US EPA announced that there is no safe level of exposure and therefore no acceptable level in drinking water. And the World Health Organization has concluded that PFOA is a carcinogenic, yet our own government is continuing to bury its head in the sand. Publicly available data indicates that these dangerous chemicals have been found in water all over Australia. In 2018, I was told by Sydney Water that the North Richmond water was fine because the new filter had been installed in 1986. But Professor Mark Taylor told me that a filter this old would not remove PFAS, and we've since discovered there is PFAS in the water at North Richmond. And my daughter did some research and discovered a huge amount of PFAS in the Rouse Hill area due to the use of wastewater for irrigating. And there's also been, I just should mention that the biosolids being used all over on the farms is a problem. It's not just our drinking water that's contaminated. There are cattle being grazed on Richmond lowlands today, right now, and chicken farms in Wilberforce, and animals are drinking water that is contaminated, and then we are selling and consuming those products. We know that Baker's Lagoon in the lowlands, the contamination part was 30 times higher than the amount of concern. It was 300,000 mm's, is it? Milligrams, whatever it is, anyway. Elsewhere in the Hawkesbury, there are other crops being farmed, from vegetables to turf. These products are contaminated and being consumed or taken to other areas, further spreading the contamination to people in the land. Defence Force initially told me that the only way you could get PFAS in your blood was through drinking water, and they wouldn't acknowledge that it can come through dust, through your skin, through many different ways. It is outrageous that Australia is so far behind the rest of the world in recognising and remediating the PFAS problem. It's unacceptable that Australians should be served up food and water that is unsafe to consume, and it is completely ignorant of the government to assume that chemicals that spread well in water will just stay in fixed locations and not continue to leach out into the environment. It's like the plume in the Defence Force that they came up with. They're rigid. That's where it's spread. How can it suddenly stop on the side of the road when across the road is a wetland park? It
didn't cross the road.
It didn't cross the road, yeah. Government action and accountability is needed. It's their job to protect public and the environmental health. In other words, do no more harm. Thank you.
Mr. McLaren.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank the committee for letting us tell our stories on this terrible PFAS contamination. In our previous PFAS life, pre-PFAS life, we ran a small farmers market business called Paddock to Plate, selling predominantly grass-fed beef grown without chemicals for our customers. Our customers came to us because they wanted a better beef grown locally, grass-fed and finished. They wanted to chat to the farmer about how the animals were grown, and they were conscientious consumers who believed that low food miles, animal well-being and eating nose to tail were a priority. We regularly sold out a whole body of beef, including bones and offal, at our local farmers market. In 2018, we discovered that one of our farms that we leased in Richmond was impacted by PFAS contamination, firefighting foam that had been used for training purposes on Richmond RAF base. It had drained into the waterways, man-made drains, on the farm. This farm is directly across the road from the RAF base and occupies the land between the base and the Hawkesbury River. It was shocking to us that nobody had informed us of the contamination. We had been farming that land for 3 years. We were directly across the road, and the stormwater from the base flows directly into the waterways on the farm. This is the water that the cattle drank. Can you imagine having a farmer's market business selling directly to customers who over a period of years had become friends, and finding out that the product that you'd been selling them was possibly contaminated? I was gutted. We needed more information. Was this contaminated water safe for the cattle to drink? Was the meat we produced safe to eat? We couldn't get any answers. We believed that if we could have blood tests done, like in Oakey, Williamtown, Katherine, then we would know if we had elevated levels of PFAS in our blood from eating the beef we produced. And we could make an informed decision about our business going forward. We hoped that blood testing would reassure us that the business could continue. No free blood testing was available to us, and we would need to pay $650 each. There's 6 of us in our family, a total of $3,900 just to test our blood alone. There was nowhere to get help or advice. A defence liaison we met at one of the community consultations told us he was going to be assigned to us and help us, and never heard from him again. In 2019, Channel 9 paid for our blood testing and the blood testing for our cattle. The results shocked us. Our entire family were over the 95th percentile for PFAS in our blood. Our kids have spent their formative years with a high toxicity, endocrine disrupting, likely carcinogenic chemical in their blood. I will be in my 80s before my levels of PFAS come close to being normal, if you can call it that, and that's if I don't consume any more. And we don't know where it is because we don't label it. None of this should have happened. The Defence were aware of the contamination long before they told the people of Richmond. They knew that PFAS was leaving the base and flowing straight into the waterways on that farm that we leased. We should have been informed of the contamination by the Defence, the landlord, the EPA or the DPI. This absolutely should not have happened. Losing our business was hard. We'd spent 10 years building it. Continuing to live with the concerns for the health of our family is also hard. But what made this ordeal even more difficult was that it had to be the way that we were treated. We were treated as if we were overreacting, as if we did something wrong. Hearing last year that the Australian government is considering taking legal action against 3M after denying that there was ever an issue with PFAS. This is an insult. Our recommendations would be treat communities affected by PFAS better, take their genuine fears and concerns seriously, make sure they are informed if they're in a contaminated, make sure that they are informed. Provide information in a much more accessible way in regards to the PFAS in their soil and water. Stop producing food on highly contaminated properties. Support farmers to pivot and compensate them for their losses. Let consumers decide if they want PFAS in their food by labelling it. It makes sense given that for the general population's diet has been consistently shown to be a major contributor to PFAS. Give farmers better advice. You can sell it, but don't eat it, simply isn't good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. Thank you all for your contributions. We appreciate you coming and sharing your experiences with us today. We've got a series of questions, so I'll hand over to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here today. I appreciate it. I'm going to put my questions almost to the three on the right and then the three on the left, or vice versa, because they're slightly thematically different. I would like to start with Mr D, Ms Pickford and Mr McLaren. You obviously represent your communities and have had a number of conversations with people about this issue. May I ask if you're able to outline for us how PFAS contamination has affected the health of members of your communities or the people you've spoken to? I appreciate you've all touched on it, but just in terms of the broader communities.
Well, with regard to my case, I know that I have high levels of cholesterol, and also I had two of my cats that were brought up from kittens on my property had hyperthyroidism, developed hyperthyroidism. My daughter and I both have thyroid conditions, and that may well be partly genetic, but it also probably could be from PFAS, because I lived for 7 years in America near the Castle Air Force Base, which was now closed down, and my brother had a property with bore water, which we all drank. And so myself, my two brothers in America, and my daughter and myself all have PFAS, and my sister who lived there as well, all have thyroid conditions. So I feel it's affected our health. I've never been allowed to have a blood test. I couldn't afford to, I'm a pensioner, to pay for it myself, but the Defence Force absolutely refused my questions and eventually stopped answering my questions.
I believe there's a cancer atlas that you can look up, and Richmond is right up there with thyroid issues. And I'm not a scientist, I'm a farmer, and the issues I had with my cattle, we continue to blood test our cattle afterwards at our own expense, and the goodwill of some of the science community in Macquarie Uni. And there is issues with naval infections, which is an immune disorder. They just don't have an immunity when they're born, so they pick up an infection straight away. Me, myself, I don't have any issues that I know about. But what happens is I'm a farmer, so if I've had a hard day at work and I'm sore around the back, do I think that that's kidney cancer? It's on my mind the whole time. And what's probably most disturbing is when we asked for blood tests, we were flatly told that what difference would it make if you knew? And the other part of that was we didn't want to alarm anybody in Richmond by giving them free blood testing. Now, I found that pretty alarming myself. Our blood tests, like I said, were paid for by Channel 9. We didn't get any compensation from Channel 9. We didn't get, all we asked for was to get ourselves tested, which was being afforded to every other community that was affected by PFAS. And yet here we are still, we've got nothing. And there is no light at the end of the tunnel for us. So we live with the contamination, and like I said, in the 95th percentile, and that was from consuming our own product only for 3 years. So that tells you what sort of contamination levels in there. And I'm not 100% sure whether my wife sent through the blood test results for those cattle so that everybody could look at them. But the recommendations of 200 grams per month of meat. We had a farmers market business where we went to farmers market weekly. So tell our customers 200 grams per month, our business wouldn't have survived very long after the first day. But when I questioned the Department of Health on what that level was that recommendation came from, they said 19 nanograms per mil of blood in the cattle. Well, ours were well in excess of 200 when we were processing them for the farmers markets. But they wouldn't test our animals. We begged them. and they would not test. So we shut down our market because after we found like those levels, we knew that that was contributing to health problems in our area.
Thank you for that question. I've lost count of how many people, so I'm known in the Blue Mountains, and I've lost count of how many people have come up to me who've heard that I've got dangerously high levels of cholesterol. My levels were 7.5. I only found out because I turned 60 and I thought I'll get some blood tests done, and this was just 2 weeks before we found out about the contamination of our drinking water. So I've had to take medication to bring that down, which causes nausea and other issues, but it's better than the alternative. But what concerns me is just how many people are coming up to me to say they've got cholesterol above 7. They're all taking medication. I mean, I had a dinner a few weeks ago. There were 8 people around the table, and I'd never shared this with them before about my cholesterol levels. Of the 8 people around that table, 4 of them had dangerously high levels of cholesterol and were having to take medication. Yet when we have raised with New South Wales Health, so the Environmental Defender's Office is representing me on this, and in turn, therefore, representing our community, we've asked for blood testing. We're not getting any answers. We've been told by the media that New South Wales Health is telling them they will not do any blood testing of people in the Blue Mountains. Now, you have to ask, why is that? We're a community where, despite Water New South Wales saying they're still doing their investigation, that's just a performative dance. They know exactly where the contamination has come from and when it took place. We've been drinking contaminated water since 1992 in the Blue Mountains. Doesn't it make sense from a health standpoint that New South Wales Health, knowing that we've got at least 50,000 people who've been drinking contaminated water, that there should be some kind of widespread blood testing to see what does that do for the community? Because we have so-called health experts who've been going in the media saying that our water is safe and there's nothing to worry about, and yet they have no testing to back that up. There is no testing to say, yes, if you've been exposed to PFAS in drinking water for 32 years, there is no impact. And with respect to my colleague on my right, there is no testing that says 30 years of drinking this stuff will actually have no impact on you, because they haven't bothered to do the testing. And if you haven't done the testing, you can't make those kind of claims. So in our view, New South Wales Health and the Health Minister are negligent in their lack of action on pursuing evidence of what is that impact on our community. And that is an issue we're having, is not just the risk of physical impacts on us as a community from this PFAS contamination, the mental health impacts as well of not knowing. You know, it's actually better for us to get the testing done and be told, yes, you're fine, or no, you've got this issue. And therefore, for example, I found by chance that I've got very high cholesterol levels. If I hadn't have done my testing as my 60th birthday treat to myself, I'd have no idea that I've got dangerously high levels of cholesterol. How many other people in the Blue Mountains community have very high levels of cholesterol and don't know it? And so I believe we need to have, everybody needs to be tested for cholesterol. And I think, because then at least they can act on it. In terms of PFAS testing, I'm the same as my friends on the left here. I can't afford the $500 or $600 it costs to get PFAS testing because you can't get it on Medicare. And how convenient is that for the health authorities? Because none of us can actually afford to actually find out whether we have been impacted. But in my view, my children, my wife, my family, all my friends, we've all been drinking this stuff for decades. And there just seems to be, from the health side of things, what really annoys us as a community is that, like you have experienced, it's like we're made to look like, oh, we're being somehow...
We're the enemy.
Yeah, we're the problem. And, and yet all we're trying to do is get answers. And if we hadn't done and paid for our own, if the community had not paid for the research that Dr. Wright Carney did for us with no cost from his side, if we hadn't done that, we'd have no idea where this came from. Because Water New South Wales is not even, we've got 1,100 members in our community group. Water New South Wales has stopped replying to us because we found out they hadn't tested the sediment of any of the dams in the Blue Mountains. They're telling everybody they're doing all this testing, but they're not, it's totally inadequate what they're doing. They haven't even tested the sediment. They refuse to let us do the testing to find out what that impact is. But to finish off, our concern is we do know there are lots and lots of people in the Blue Mountains with very high cholesterol levels, and yet the New South Wales Health has no interest in finding out just how many of us have that, and that's not acceptable.
To add to John there, the bioaccumulative effect in humans is much greater than it is in livestock. And what we found was that day-old calves were getting a third of what their mothers had. So if you think about that in a 3-year period from what our experience was, and then you go from a 30-year-old woman having a baby in the Blue Mountains and the accumulative effect of the PFAS in her system, and then the child being born with a high level already, and then continuing on with this PFAS. And then we wonder why we have all these issues in our health system. And it's pretty easy to trace it back to where it came from.
Can I just say one thing I forgot to say? Was I also have been speaking to different people on reception desks at our medical centres in the Blue Mountains, and what concerns me is how many of them are saying, you know, giving me anecdotal stories of, oh yeah, no, there's so many people in my street that have got cancer, and you know, and I'm just wondering, is anyone actually mapping this? You know, that's the, you know, because if we look at the total lack of engagement, I mean, the New South Wales Health Minister took 2 months to write back to our lawyers, and he got key facts wrong in his response to us. I mean, it just inept in how he responded, and you know, we don't know whether there's a cancer issue. Are there cancer clusters in the Blue Mountains? They're not interested in finding out, and that is just so unacceptable. It's almost like, oh, just keep quiet. It's best that we don't cause worry. I literally had a senior professional in the health community write to me, basically giving me grief that I was unnecessarily winding up the community in Medlow Bath, because what had happened there was no worse than the background levels of PFAS in food. The running water in that community is 2,200 parts per trillion on running water with PFAS right today from what happened 32 years ago. How can you say that's not an issue? And that what worries me is the health community just keeps downplaying this as if it's not an issue, and I think that's something that needs to be tightened up. And the NHMRC needs to be held responsible for the fact that Sydney Water, Water New South Wales, and New South Wales Health have all hidden their inaction on what's happened in the Blue Mountains by saying it's okay, it meets the Australian drinking water guidelines. But the Australian drinking water guidelines are absolutely inept and out of touch with what needs to be done. They're only now starting to move in the right direction, but from a health standpoint, they're not doing their job properly, in our view, as a community.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I can't take any medication for my cholesterol because I'm allergic to all of them. My doctor has tried me on all the medications, so I just have to live with it. And I also wanted to say that unlike the Blue Mountains, my Hawkesbury experience is that the RAF base was so good at brushing things under the carpet that the community is still ignorant. They'll say to me, oh, I saw you on TV. What was that all about? And they don't know. And when I set up the Facebook page, I discovered that people all over Australia were reaching out to me. One of the first people to reach out to me was the guy from Pearce in Western Australia to find out. And, you know, he's become very, very vocal now and has set up his own group. And not just a few weeks ago, I got a message on Messenger from a lady in Melbourne trying to find information about PFAS because her husband worked on some aviation centre and had dangerously high levels because the drinking water was his work was contaminated, and they didn't know where to go and where to get the information. So you'll find that there's a lot of people who just don't know. In the Hawkesbury, I'll say, have you heard about the PFAS? And they'll look at me and say, what's that? They don't know because Defence kept it so quiet. I had to go, like when they did the third meeting and they hadn't invited me to it, then they were going to have a fourth meeting. I personally printed off leaflets, litter dropped them to everybody in East Richmond, all along the riverbank in Windsor, all along South Creek, and I put signs up on each end of the road, big signs saying there's going to be a meeting about PFAS contamination in the area, and that was the first meeting that they actually got about 25 or 30 people came to, and most of them were farmers from the lowlands and the turf farmers from the lowlands, and there were farmers on the lowlands who don't speak English. They have absolutely no idea what's going on, and probably nobody's ever told them.
May I ask, one of the constant themes that's emerged from the submissions and the literature that has been put before this committee is a comparison between the Australian and US regulatory protocols, but then also the way in which they've handled the treatment and monitoring or testing of drinking water. Each of you, or I think most of you, touched on it to some degree or another. In terms of what you'd like Australia, or what you think Australia should adopt from the US example, are you able to just briefly outline what, I guess, the priorities would be?
Yeah, thanks for that. You're off, me go first. So I think, as I touched on with my work, I've been monitoring what the US EPA does for several years, and across different offices within that agency, they apply different methods for risk assessment, which sounds really strange, but the Toxic Substance Control Act, which is in the Toxics Office, haven't used what we call a systematic review method, which is consistent with the best available science. So basically, this is an approach that can identify every study that's available on a particular topic, so a question like PFAS, across all the different health effects, systematically identify all those studies, and then transparently evaluate each one, and so that I, as the end user, can see how the US EPA came up with their hazard identification conclusions. The Office of Water, when they did this assessment, took 2 to 3 years to do these systematic reviews using the very best methods. And they are resources that the Australian government doesn't have, and that's to be expected. The Office of Water had multiple experts as part of these reviews. They went through multiple rounds of revision. So this is something that I know that's come out of the agency that is of the highest standard. What the Australian government done, or what the NHMRC did in response to these values that came out of that assessment, was to go back and look at essentially what were the studies underpinning the reference values for these guideline values. And so, first of all, I think it should be acknowledged that it's great the NHMRC responded in a timely way, and they looked at the values that came out of the US EPA. As I think Dr. Wright mentioned before, I think, or may have been John, I think it's a huge concern that the NHMRC didn't communicate with the US EPA on this, because what they did, they hired a consulting firm, an N of 3 or 4 people, to go and look at these studies that were underpinning this US EPA evaluation. They proposed a set of values or studies that essentially the Water Advisory Committee could then consider to basically base our values on. And whilst it was a reasonably transparent process whereby you can see the studies that they put forward, you can't see what the deliberation was with the Water Advisory Committee. And essentially, they've come up with the same study the US EPA used for the PFAS value, and that's why we have a similar value now. But for PFOA, they chose a different study citing different uncertainties. And one of the key factors being that it wasn't, genotoxicity wasn't established. So basically there's a higher threshold level, and they're saying that basically there's a magic bright line whereby if we're exposed to less than 200 parts per trillion, we're essentially safe from that, which is scientifically flawed, because there is no safe level to any chemical based on the fact we have huge amounts of human variability, which has already been described today by this panel, where people may come from low-income communities, they may have background exposures to other chemicals, they may have other comorbidities that they're experiencing, which exacerbates the chemical's harm. So what I think we should take away is that the US EPA has done an extraordinary evaluation of the evidence on this. We should be adopting their values because they are far more health protective, and I can't see how we can scientifically justify taking the 200 parts per trillion value based on a consulting firm and a number of members of an advisory committee determining that's the most appropriate study.
A consulting firm that works for the water industry and sometimes doesn't disclose its who it works for.
Dr. Wright and Professor Khan, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I'd love to add to that. One of the things that obviously the US EPA have the toughest PFAS regulations in the world, and in some cases it looks like we're going to adopt some of the same values. But they have enormous funds because they successfully sued the 3M company. So they've got a big bucket of money, and Mr. Dees made the point, we should consider doing that because we didn't intentionally put those contaminants in our products. But one of the ways that they're using that bucket of money is getting all the US water companies to monitor. And again, that's what I don't see happening here. It's just starting in New South Wales. I think that happened reluctantly. I think just before Christmas we heard the news that Warrialda's water supply in the New England was highly contaminated. But I also want to point to, and I've spoken with a lot of communities, I will never forget going with John Dee to the Blue Mountains. I've never seen such a panicked group of people who are really concerned. The thirst for information from the general community, but even, technically literate people in different parts of the industry. This is a really difficult topic. We're dealing with tiny little concentrations of very harmful chemicals. We don't know where it is, we don't know the hotspots, we don't necessarily know the impact, and we might not know for decades. One thing I love that the US EPA, it has really good information broken down for everyone across society. If you're a water authority, this is what you should do. If you're a medical practitioner, this is what testing you should do or what symptoms you should look for. If you're in the general community, I teach young students, and one of their greatest concerns is coffee cups and pizza boxes and everyday choices. I've been around a lot of labs. It's well known if you have a diet high in seafood, you will probably have high PFAS if you get your blood tested. And that sort of information, the US EPA do really well, but also priming the pump to get water supplies monitored. And I think we've brought, Mr. Pickford brought up some great points. Mr. McLaren brought up some really good points about the cattle, the beef. I can't tell you how many primary producers have spoken to me about exactly that issue. And if they pay and get it tested, what the heck do you do with that information? Do you sign that disclosure that you know that your produce has been exposed to harmful chemicals and therefore cut your financial supply, your income, and probably halve the value of your property? But getting back to the US EPA, there is so much information for everyone with this really confusing, technical and fast-moving problem.
What would happen if China, for example, or the Middle East discovered that we had PFAS in our cattle?
Just Professor Khan, did you want to add to that?
I'm afraid I'll disagree with most of what we just heard about the US EPA. The idea that the US EPA is some sort of shining light that we should all look to for effective management of PFAS, it's worth starting thinking about what US EPA stands for. It's the United States Environmental Protection Agency. PFAS is an American product. PFAS was developed, produced initially in the US, contaminated the US very, very significantly in some areas, and that contamination spread to the rest of the world under the watch of the Environmental Protection Agency. So what are they doing that's so effective? What are they doing that's managing PFAS in the environment? I worked in the US in 2004 when the George Bush administration was in power. At that time, I knew actually quite a few very senior people at the US EPA who I have a lot of respect for. Most of those left over the next few years as the US EPA was largely defunded. A lot of resources pulled out of the US EPA in order to go into the Office of Homeland Security because that was seen as the priority after 9/11. The US EPA, whatever they've been doing, I can't see that it's been effective. If you look at drinking water guidelines, there are important differences in terms of how we do risk assessment and risk management in drinking water guidelines. One of the things that the US EPA does, and the rest of the world is different, the World Health Organization is different, Europe is different, Australia is different, they oversimplify the model that's used to describe genotoxic toxicity. So we just heard about how the US EPA did all this research into safe levels of exposure or toxicity or toxic endpoints of PFAS. Yes, they've done some research, but then they effectively throw all of that out. None of that data is actually reflected in the maximum contaminant levels for drinking water that have been set by the US EPA. The model that they use, and this is where you hear the term no safe level, the model that they use is a widely used model in toxicology, but toxicologists understand that it's a serious oversimplification of the real world. They assume that any carcinogenic or genotoxic chemical presents some risk of causing cancer. So it doesn't matter whether it's one molecule, there's some risk of causing cancer there. That's a hotly disputed point in toxicology, but that's how the model is actually presented. So this is where the no safe level comes from. In order to have zero risk, you have to have zero exposure. Other countries have applied that model differently. So in Australia, the World Health Organization talks about what's a tolerable level of risk, because they recognise that there are many things that you can't have zero risk. There's no zero risk bridge that's not going to fall down. There's no zero risk playground for children to play in. So what we've done is we've identified a tolerable level of risk. The World Health Organization uses a 1 in 100,000 excess lifetime cancer risk. So one person by the end of their life, one additional cancer case by the end of their life occurring as a consequence of exposure to this particular chemical, and it extrapolates effectively what that level of exposure relates to in terms of a risk, what that risk relates to in terms of exposure. That's also the approach that has been taken in Australia for lots of genotoxic and carcinogenic chemicals. However, one of the problems is that PFAS have only recently the balance of evidence, as far as the big international agencies, IARC, even the US EPA, are concerned, has only just ticked over to identifying that these things probably are carcinogenic, some of them. And we don't have the studies. We don't have a cancer slope factor, the piece of toxicological data that would be required to set a drinking water guideline based on that toxicological endpoint. So what the US EPA have done is they do all the research, they collect all the data, and they throw it out. They say there's no safe level, so they have this maximum contaminant level goal, which is a purely aspirational statement. It's a nice aspirational statement to say there should be no PFAS in your water, but they don't use it. It's not implementable. So what they do is they say, well, here's what we think is measurable, here's what we think is achievable. And that's where they come up with the 4 nanograms per litre for the PFAS chemicals. Australia takes the same approach as the rest of the world, including the WHO, the World Health Organization, where they rely on setting health-based guidelines. So they look for health-based data, they look for toxicological data, and guidelines are routinely set based on that toxicological data. If the toxicological data, the science that's available, doesn't take you down to 4 nanograms per litre, they don't set the guideline at 4 nanograms per litre, they set it where the toxicological data takes you. But there are significant safety factors built into that. There's a lot of conservative assumptions all the way through, including the selection of the toxicological endpoint, including the calculation of the tolerable daily intake, including when the guidelines are developed, there's an assumption built into them for PFAS that water is a minor contributor to overall PFAS exposure. And you can think of it two ways. You can either accept that assumption or reject that assumption. If you accept that assumption, what that means is you can only have a really small amount of your PFAS coming from water. So the guidelines have an extra order of magnitude safety factor. They get divided by 10 to make them 10 times lower than what they otherwise would have been based on that assumption. Or if you reject that assumption and you consider that water is a major source of exposure, then the guidelines would actually be calculated 10 times higher than they currently are. So all I'm saying is that there's a lot of conservative assumptions that are built into the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines all the way. They're based on health-based endpoints, health-based data, unlike the US EPA, which have effectively plucked a number out of the air to say this is what we think is...
Sorry, that's bullshit.
Sorry. To say that this is what we think is a measurable value, because we've set the maximum contaminant level goal at 0, as they do for all genotoxic chemicals.
Thank you.
May I please?
Thank you, Chair.
May I please reply to that, because I find some of that is misleading.
Before you do that, we just have to, respect people in the room.
I'm sorry.
We have a series of questions to ask. Each senator has lots of questions, and we're already over time, but we will extend this session for another 15 minutes so that we can all ask questions. So can I give you that opportunity
Yes,
through
I need to
other
counter it.
questioning.
I think some of what he's just said is actually factually inaccurate, and I wanted to correct it.
Could I suggest a process here, Chair? I understand you're very passionate about this, Mr D, but if you do that, then Professor Khan's going to probably want to respond to you. So could we ask you to do that in writing for us? Could you provide a supplementary submission to the committee on this?
Can I just point out, you haven't asked any of us, have any of us got an income where we are undertaking work for members of the Australian water industry and getting paid by them?
So, with all due respect, as I said, we have a lot of senators here who are very interested in working with community and solving this issue in this country. We've got a lot of questions for everybody here, so give us an opportunity to ask those questions.
From Professor Khan, I've got a declaration of interest in front of me that he put forward to a report
Mr.
saying
D,
undertake work for
Mr.
members
D,
of
with
the
all due
industry.
respect, we have to move the question to the next senator, and you'll have an opportunity. Senator Whish-Wilson did offer you could provide that in writing. Thank you. Senator Davey.
I have so many questions. I could be here for days myself. Thank you all. Thank you all very much. Thank you for giving us your time and coming to share your stories. I will try and be specific on a very, very complex issue. And I'm very much trying to focus on the here and now. We know contamination has happened, and I appreciate, Mr D, your work and the work your organisation did to try and identify a cause, because I remember when the June 24 testing happened and it was widely reported on ABC radio, and there was a lot of, oh, we don't know where this has come from. So I appreciate the work your group has done. And a lot of what we've heard through this process, the focus has been on drinking water. Am I right to presume that is because that may be the low-hanging fruit? For example, where the soil has been contaminated, to rehabilitate the soil would be an extensive, arduous process. And maybe not, even though the link has definitely occurred, and I know I live in the Riverina area, so I listen to ABC radio and I know all about Wagga and the RAF base there, farmers bordering that RAF base. But is drinking water sort of the low-hanging fruit where we actually could take some sort of meaningful action? Is that why the focus is on drinking water?
I don't think the focus is on drinking water. I think the focus is on everything. One of the things I just don't understand, and I may be naive here, but when you have medication, the medication has to go through rigorous testing to make sure that it's safe for humans. So why does the chemical industry just invent a new chemical as soon as one is banned? And nobody seems to have a regulation that they should be tested to make sure they're safe for humans. It's like we're the guinea pigs. And when I first got the news that my land and my chickens' eggs that I'd been eating and sharing with my grandchildren and letting them play in the garden in the mud, because I'm an early childhood teacher and I thought that kids should have lots of dirty play. Anyway, you know, the sense of guilt there. But when I first heard about that contamination, I knew nothing about it. And it was just shocking to me that I was the one to blame. You know, like the Defence Force asked me what I was feeding my chickens. And then I said to them, well, what else has got, because I didn't know what it was in, what else has got PFAS in? And they said, oh, paint. And I said, well, yes, I feed my chickens paint, don't I? You know, like you get a bit sad after a while. And they were so confusing about whether it was in the food. Then they told me absolutely not to eat my sweet potatoes because I had a little veggie patch. And I said, so is it in all root vegetables? Oh, no, they're all safe. We've done testing and most of the vegetables safe, and as you know, the meat is not safe. If you eat beef that's really contaminated, it's not safe.
There's no safe level.
And I think that the water is focused on by Defence Force. The little thing that I responded to from Defence actually told me that it was a water survey. And then I come down to a bit that says, do you keep chickens?
Because we've heard a lot about drinking water guidelines and the need to amend our drinking water guidelines or...
Can I just say one more thing? Is this water safe? People go out and buy bottled water because their water from the tap is contaminated. Is the bottled water safe?
Well, and this is where I'm coming back to, and I want to make sure that we sort of look at where we can take action or not. Mr. McLaren mentioned testing all food and putting a label on all food. My question is, how practical or feasible would that be? And is it done anywhere in the world? We've heard a lot, and I appreciate your comment about, are we the guinea pigs for chemicals? I've been around the traps a long time. Australia has very rigorous chemical and medical testing through the APVMA and the TGA. And I've heard today you're all saying we should follow the US, but as Professor Khan said, the US developed this chemical. I've had a lot of people come and see me knocking on my door saying, we need that chemical, it's been approved in the US, bring it to Australia, we shouldn't go through our testing. And my answer to them is, no, I want to make sure it's safe for Australia.
The APVMA have not registered that product for use in agriculture. So there's no registration for PFAS use in agriculture at all. So therefore it should not be in food. The only way to remove it from the food is to remove the farmers from the contamination and remove the food production from the contamination. That's the only way to get it out of the food system. There's no other way you can do it. $650 a test. There's abattoirs, you know, not the largest ones in Australia, doing over 1,000 bodies of beef a day at $650 a test. If that's what they're charging us, that's cost prohibitive to everybody.
But, and one of my, because Dr. Wright, you mentioned Warialda's now discovered, and I know Warialda very well. That's sort of where my family comes from, but I'm wondering where the contamination there would have come from, because as far as I'm aware, it wasn't a centre of any defence but it could have had bushfires, so we don't know. And this potentially, Dr. Chartres said, everywhere would have a level of contamination, and every one of us would have a level of contamination. I'm very conscious of time. There are a couple of other questions.
Can I answer your question? Because you asked about non-drinking water sources. Would you like me to answer that for you? Because I can give you a very quick answer if you want.
Yeah.
So basically, I consult with a lot of businesses on sustainability. That's my main income stream. So most companies that I've met who've had an issue with PFAS, they've inadvertently put PFAS in there. They weren't aware that they were putting it in. And so, and where companies do knowingly put PFAS in, they're not putting enough information out to the different regulators. For example, the Australian Industrial Chemicals Introduction Scheme, which I think they've spoken to you in one of the other hearings, they regulate chemicals, and my view on looking at that is they need more resources and more money to actually properly oversee this, and we need tighter regulations on all the non-drinking water sources of PFAS. But I would encourage you to look at what Minnesota is doing. I think one of our colleagues here spoke about Minnesota and what the work they're doing on non-drinking water materials. They're doing some excellent work on the phase-out. Governor Tim Walz signed that into legislation in Minnesota. That's really worth looking at. I'd commend that to you. In Europe, the European Chemicals Agency, ECHA, and authorities from Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway and Sweden are basically looking at restricting PFAS chemicals in all categories. And so they're now working Europe-wide on finding ways to talk to industry, getting feedback. So they're years ahead of us on this. And I'd strongly recommend that you look at what is happening in the EU, and it's under REACH, R-E-A-C-H, is the EU's chemicals regulation, to look at restricting the use of PFAS chemicals across a whole range of products. And so I would commend that to you. They're doing some really excellent work.
Thank you, and we have heard that two more questions, very, very quick. The first one comes back to the legacy issues. And Professor Khan, I know you're an engineer. My understanding is that in some instances, I mean, we've all heard that PFAS was your old Teflon saucepans, but my understanding is there are PFASs that have been used in manufacturing systems, so the product doesn't contain PFAS, but it could be medicines, it could be lipstick, I hear, but through the manufacturing process, so the pipes and the tubes that are used in manufacturing. So what would the legacy issues be if we were to adopt the taking PFAS out of the whole system? Would it be from this point in time, no more use of PFAS going forward, and so existing systems are grandfathered until they reach end of life? What would be a practical solution there?
Yeah, I think, so there are two issues. There's the legacy contamination and there's the ongoing contamination. The practical solution for the ongoing contamination is what I described in my opening section. It has to be source controlled. It has to be managing what's coming into the country. That's the only realistic, affordable way to do that. And that source control needs to be backed up through residue testing. We need to be able to measure what's coming in lipstick and toilet paper and everything else, and make sure that it's meeting stringent controls. Your previous question about is water the low-hanging fruit, I really don't think so. I think if you look at the costs that are being reported from around the world, from Europe, from the US, the cost to deal with PFAS at the end of the pipe, just contaminate the environment, contaminate the farms, and then try and deal with it in the food and in the water. You can't do much in the food, but to try and treat the water at the end, the cost is unrealistic. It's prohibitive to be able to do that across the board for everybody. A few select communities here and there, sure, especially when you've got the whole Sydney customer water customer base to pay for it. You can build a few small treatment plants, but to try and build that across large populations of Australia, and particularly remote populations, it's not realistic. That's not the way we can deal with it, and we have to recognise that. It's got to be source control.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My final question, you mentioned in your opening statement to treat water, because we've been to Wreck Bay, their drinking water is they can't drink it anymore, so they're buying bottled water. I appreciate, Ms Pickford, I don't know if that's got PFAS. I know that some bottled water from spring sourced, but we've also heard that some springs are contaminated through leaching, so who knows. Professor Khan, you mentioned you could use activated carbon treatment. As you said, cost prohibitive across the whole nation, but putting that aside, what happens to the waste? Yeah. Once we get PFAS out of the water, what do we do with the waste? This is yeah.
So that applies at both wastewater treatment plants, where the reference to activated carbon was, and at drinking water, where there are a range of different treatment processes that have been used, reverse osmosis, activated carbon and ion exchange being the key treatment processes. None of those are destructive. They all just concentrate the PFAS into a concentrated solution. And then you have to say, well, what are we going to do with that? Hopefully the answer is not we put it back into the environment, even if the environment's the ocean. Hopefully the answer is we somehow at least take that PFAS that we've managed to concentrate and destroy it. At the moment, there's a lot of research going on currently. It's a big topic of global research, but right now there are very few realistic approaches for doing that. High temperature incineration is really it at the moment. It's not something that is cheap or is generally locally available. It adds significant cost to the overall process. High temperature incineration is going to produce fluorine and other byproducts. We need to make sure that we're not actually releasing further degraded or even undegraded PFAS into the atmosphere, because then you really are only just transferring the problem from one medium to another. We already know from studies around the world, particularly studies in Europe, you can measure PFAS in rainfall So it's coming at us regardless. We can't control all of the sources, but we certainly don't want to exacerbate them by releasing more PFAS into the atmosphere.
Okay, thank you. I'll share the call.
Thank you,
I could
Senator
go on.
Davies. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I'll be super quick. Look, this is probably to you, Alistair, but anyone feel free to answer this. And Nicholas, you might have some expertise on the health side of this. So you had a blood test. That was luckily your cost was covered for you. Could you tell us what you learnt about levels of PFAS in blood, and if you've got any recommendations of good reports that the committee should look at? We'd be interested in.
Well, like I said, I'm just a farmer, and we've done our own research. So we were told that it was safe. It didn't cause cancer. It was bioaccumulative. I said, so why is there a limit on what we could eat if it's not carcinogenic? Well, it just bioaccumulates in your system. Well, the lies that we were told, but anybody can Google PFAS and it's toxic. What I've learned is that it doesn't dissipate very quickly, especially when you're topping it up with things not just your drinking water, because we weren't drinking town water. It's coming from so many different sources, which are very easily eliminated. So all your cookware, all your packaging and all that sort of stuff. Levi's took it out of their clothing range years and years and years ago, but here we are still feeding it to people.
Sorry, so if I could just drill you down on, because I'm very limited with time. We heard from Defence yesterday that they didn't feel like testing the Aboriginal community we're visiting at Wreck Bay was necessary, because they said no matter what scores you get, it's not going to tell us anything, because no one knows what PFAS levels in your blood correlate to in terms of cancer. Did you learn anything? I don't believe that, by the way, but
yeah. So the data gaps is the biggest. The data gaps is the biggest issue, right. And we offered to help fill their data gaps, but we were flatly refused. If we look at an epidemiological study of 70,000 people in the US, I think the answer's there. I don't think we need to study it 1 second more at all. Take it out of the food, take it out of the water, and we'll have like people at Wreck Bay, Catherine, they were told to stop using it before they built the airbase, contaminated the aquifer. We can't clean an aquifer. It's not a jug. We can't just rinse it out. And they did that. They were told to stop using it. The government was told to stop using it in the 80s. So any of this stuff from the 90s onwards, that's all, it could have been avoidable. So what they need to do now is start some action. Take it out of the food, take it out of the water. We talk about the cost. It's nothing compared to what the health costs are going to be into the future.
Absolutely. Do you have anything to add on that,
Yeah, just
Nicholas, in terms of...
I recommend the committee look at the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine in the US. They released a report in 2022 on clinical guidance for PFAS exposure, basically offering guidance for clinicians in PFAS-affected communities on whether they should recommend testing, what markers are biologically relevant, and what type of action their patients can take based on the information they get from that blood testing.
And this study, this epidemiological study, is available. Is that part of
So this is an entire report whereby the academies got expert opinion. They consulted with communities, and they basically came up with advice for the CDC in the US in how to basically address a lot of these issues and concerns.
Because my response to Defence yesterday was, surely we've got to start building our own time series data if we're going to have any of our own studies, and especially in the future as new information comes to light.
I just think we don't need to do any more studies. We need some action. We've had a lot of task force, a lot of talking about it, and over multiple different governments, and we haven't struck a blow. We haven't stopped it getting off the RAF bases, and we haven't taken it out of any water sources or out of the food system. And what sort of big stick is it going to take? Is it going to take the shutting down of the beef industry into the EU? Is that what it's going to take? Because that's going to devastate rural Australia. And we're saying, rural Australia doesn't deserve the same treatment as Sydney. That's bullshit. Those little towns, you can put a little system into those towns and clean their water faster than you can clean the whole of the Sydney Basin. Let's do it for some of those people, because they don't need any more hardship. They don't need their land values falling any further. They don't need their health system falling any further, because they're at rock bottom now. And we need some action.
You find that industry is reacting as well because PFAS was in all of your dental floss. And I went shopping one day and I noticed this big lot of dental floss on cheap, really cheap. It was like $2. And I thought, oh. And I had a look at it, checked down, Googled the chemical, and sure enough, it contained PFAS. So industry itself is doing, you'll find PFAS in anything that is waterproof. So all your lipsticks that stay on forever, your mascara, the glossy hair conditioners, it's in everything.
Yeah, can I just say I organised the phase out of phosphates in all the laundry detergents in Australia and plastic microbeads as well, all these things that people said were not possible. I can tell you now that people in industry, if they're made aware of the issue that they've got with PFAS, I've got no doubt with a proper framework, they will phase it out. There are alternatives always for the problems that we have. And Australia, when it came to incandescent globes and phosphates and other things, we're very good at voluntarily phasing things out. So I think with the right framework, I've got no doubt that Australian industry would respond positively.
If the consumers are aware of where it is,
yeah, and you label it as well. So
they'll change.
If you make people label PFAS on products, they'll get rid of it quickly.
Yep.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Actually, on that topic, because Professor Khan, you gave us some supplementary information which we received in the last 24 hours, and you had a segment in there about the Schedule 7, the new Schedule 7 upgrade developments at federal government level to remove certain categories of PFAS. PFOS, three categories. The department tells me that covers a number of products. Can you just, in really simple terms, tell the committee and anyone listening why those particular PFOS compounds are being banned internationally, including by Australia, but not the other ones? What's the simple distinction?
They're the ones that we've paid most attention to. It's as simple as that. So they've been mass-produced for important reasons. PFOL for Teflon, PFOS for firefighting foams and Scotchgard and other products. Okay. So they've had by far more research, both in terms of understanding the toxicology as well as understanding presence and fate and persistence and movement in the environment. So it's really just the others are much less visible to regulatory agencies and others.
So that would be an import ban under Schedule 7, and maybe others will be added over time. That wouldn't stop, for example, products that are currently in Australia being used or interstate commerce. Is there another way to ban it legislative that everyone's aware of? Or?
No, as I understand, Schedule 7 scheduling does restrict use of chemicals that are already here.
Does it? Okay. Yeah. I thought it was just a... All right, you may well be...
Certainly I know that the New South Wales Act, which has recently been passed to implement Schedule 7, does so. But I think Schedule 7 itself does.
So are you optimistic other PFAS compounds, like Mr D mentioned in Europe, are being banned, will find their way into Schedule 7 as well eventually?
I don't know if I'm optimistic, but that's what I think should happen. There are certainly major substitutions that are going on now that those three chemicals are starting to be much more restricted. There are what are called the Generation X, the Gen X chemicals and alternatives that are being produced to replace them, and a lot of those are PFAS chemicals, but we just know much less about them in terms of their fate and toxicity.
Okay. Are you aware of any health legislation on the health side, Nicholas, that could be used federally to implement bans on these kind of products?
No, I think there's sufficient precedence globally. We've already touched on the EU and also in the US, where we're banning these chemicals by class based on, and a lot of independent scientists around the world agree on classifying chemicals by class based on structural, functional or hazard characteristics. And the OECD defines PFAS based on structural similarities, based on a fully fluorinated carbon. And so, the NHMRC made a statement when they released these water value guidelines saying that we know little about the other PFAS variants that we're all currently being exposed to. And as we find out more data on whether they're causing cancer, we'll let you know and we'll reduce the values. And that's just not good enough. So I think what we need to be doing is taking the precautionary approach here. We know enough on this class of chemicals. We have Germany, we have the leading countries in the EU banning them as a class. We need to ban them as a class. There's already enough exposure, because if we don't, in 30 years' time, these things will never leave our environment, and we're all going to be realising they are carcinogens, and there's going to be far greater rates of cancer than we already have.
Based on the costs that we've heard today,
Makes economic sense.
Bigger
ban
than
it
the
now.
global economy, yeah, it's better to ban.
Turn
it.
off, turn the
I would
tap
have
off.
thought from a cost point
Let's
of
not
view.
remediate for the next 50 years. You know, trying to work out who's going to pay for it.
Just lastly, Chair, I have a lot of other questions if we have time, but just to you, Dr. Wright, in relation to the threatening process under federal law, if PFAS or PFOS family chemicals were classified as a threatening process, there'd need to be a threat abatement plan at a Commonwealth level. Could you just quickly talk us through your understanding of which animals you know are affected, and how monitoring would occur for the environment? Would it just be water monitoring? Are we talking about botanical monitoring as well for PFAS in certain plants? What would be your suggestions there?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm looking at a contaminated river at the moment in the Belabula River in central west New South Wales, and there's a PFAS problem there. I've got research under review at the moment, but for the Commonwealth, it's one of the very few habitats where there's abundant Murray cod, which is listed under the EPBC Act as vulnerable. Therefore, it is a matter of national environmental significance. So at the moment, do we know anything about what the PFAS concentrations are in them? Is that adding to their burden of ill health? We know almost nothing. It's, again, an absolutely giant data gap. But generally, as you go up higher the food chain, the more likely, based on being predatory and eating the smaller organisms, this substance can bioaccumulate, but also biomagnify. I think at the moment, I understand that New South Wales Fisheries, I think it's supported by the New South Wales EPA, are studying this, and fisheries are looking at the Murray cod just as an example, as a test. But I think it would be an appropriate thing for other species that are under threat to look at what's in their diet, what's in the soil, what's in the water. And, you know, we do research on platypus. We don't harm them. You need to look at their liver. So we use dead platypus that have been handed in. And even that is a really good source of information. Like, you know, the dead kangaroos, dead wombats. We know so very little, but it's more enhanced in freshwater waterways because you don't have the degree of dilution that you get in, say, the ocean. So in the Northern Hemisphere, it's often the otters and mink and animals that are, you know, top order predators in those systems. But
are you, to get something listed as a threatening process, you need to go through a process with the scientific committee. Are you aware of anyone who's raising this or has put in submission in this to be considered?
No, but I know a lot of people who are thinking about it. I've had colleagues in Western Australia that have looked at PFAS in tiger snakes, although there might not be a lot of sympathy for their conservation. But there's a lot of researchers that are looking at this and trying to understand, is this adding to some of the declines? And platypus live in the Belabula River as well, and that's one of the very few western flowing rivers where we have them. So we're wondering if that's a factor for their shrinking of their, habitat.
Okay. Just a very quick question, Chair, to John, last one. John, the tanker spill that you referred to, has there been any tests done of the soil and any plans? Have you pushed to have that soil removed or remediated?
We've asked Water New South Wales to provide us with test results multiple times in writing, and they're saying they won't give us any information until the investigation is concluded in June, and they've actually stopped engaging with us totally. So they haven't responded to the research questions.
That's June 2025 in your submission? Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But can I just say one final thing from me? In America, that's going to be like 4 parts per trillion of PFOA, cancer-causing chemical that's allowed. This is Australia, that's 200 parts per trillion, and you get given a choice right now. Do you want the Australian one that's got 200 parts per trillion of PFOA, or the American one with 4 parts per trillion? It's your choice. Which one are you going to have? If you ask that of every Australian, they'll want the 4 parts per trillion. And I think that's something we need to take out to the community and make them realise just how big a difference that is. I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Thanks, Mrs. Hickford, you were talking about biosolid application contributing to PFAS contamination of food. This is something that is simply not talked about here. Pardon me. Are you aware of any research conducted here looking into this and how much it can contribute to food contamination?
I'm not aware. I just saw an article, because I look at all the PFAS stuff to put it on my Facebook page, and I don't read them all, but I do skim. And there was an article in one of the newspapers about biosolids being spread on farmland and causing a problem. And you know there's a huge problem on the Western Sydney University, and they're not able to build their Centre of Excellence because of that. And they were saying that was brought in, but I think it might be a combination of both.
It wasn't imported. It's the treatment water coming from Richmond, which is, for years it's had contaminated water coming through the STP, using on farmland, using that treated water on farmland, and the gum trees that are all supplying the koalas at Taronga Zoo have been spread over the whole. All the grey water is used to irrigate the whole of the university. The water is stored in what we call turkey nest dams, which sits above the soil, and millions of tonnes of water sitting up, forcing its way into the soil. And then the uniqueness of where the university sits in the Londonderry Plains is that there's an impervious clay layer which pushes the water back to the surface. When they excavated it, that groundwater was contaminated. The university have said for years that there's been no contamination, and there's quite a few of the scientists from the university that have been saying for a long time, and which they tested, that this place is contaminated, and it's been brushed under the carpet, like Joanna said. And this site is purely from the wastewater treatment that they've been using as irrigation, and now you can't build a school on it, but you can still grow food on it. And what we do know is that green leafy vegetables, which is grass, and if animals are eating that grass, then they're bioaccumulating it in their system, and it's being added to the toxic water that we have in Richmond and in the surrounds of the Blue Mountains. And then these products, and because the Sydney Basin is a unique kind of an area, we don't send animals out of the Sydney Basin to be processed, to be brought back into the market. They're processed in the Sydney Basin and they're sold to people in the Sydney Basin. It's not export. We don't do any export here. So it's a closed loop.
Thank you. Does anyone here know if biosolids potentially contaminated with PFAS can be used on organic farms?
I heard that they had been used in Wilberforce. That's what that newspaper article said, that the biosolids were being used on farms because they're apparently quite good fertilising things.
Thank you. So can we pretty much assume that most of our foods are contaminated?
No. No, most of the food would not be contaminated, primarily because we're away from those hotspot areas. So where we find that the contamination comes from is where there's grey water irrigation and where the biosolids have been moved to. So say I know an agronomist who lives down in the Goulburn area, and there's been, because it's a nice short trip from Sydney, a lot of biosolids have been shipped down that way and promoted as a great fertiliser. And a lot of those are now being spread inside of the Goulburn catchment area of their drinking water, but you can't spread chicken manure inside of the Warragamba catchment area because the EPA will fine you, but you can put biosolids on an area that is in the catchment. Organic farmers predominantly don't use them because of the heavy metals and of the estrus levels in those biosolids. But the majority of Australia is not using, unless they're pumping from aquifers to water livestock, or they're irrigating, as they do like around Oakey, or if you're downstream of a power station. So I'm limiting the areas, but the majority of it, and the cattle do lose it over time, but if they're on contaminated, highly contaminated water, they will be in the system. So there's quite a few areas that are contaminated, but there is a vast amount of food production land that is safe.
Thank you. Can I ask? Oh, sorry.
This might sound a bit pedantic, but I'm not quite as optimistic as that, especially when you say, are there areas that have or haven't? Has everywhere been contaminated? I agree with something that I think Ian said earlier, that pretty much everywhere people look for it, you find PFAS. That includes the Tibetan Alps, it includes Antarctica. it's going to include Australian farms. Whether you detect it or not is really a question of how much it is there and how that relates to the analytical detection limit of the instrument that you're using to detect, so how precisely you can detect. So it may not mean that it's at an unsafe level, although I understand most people at this table accept that there is no safe level, but it may not be at a level that triggers concerns or limitations on how products can be used, but it will be present.
But is that in the food? No one's been testing the, sorry, Leah, no one's been testing the food. That's the biggest issue.
Not enough.
You've been testing the soil, sediment, foam, you're not testing the food. So what we found from cattle grazing on grass and drinking the water and ingesting the dust is the biggest issue. If they're grazing in the New England, up the top of Glen Ennisgyra, they're not going to have a level because it's just physically unavailable for them. If it comes in the rain, that uptake of the plant is not going to be there, and they will not be able to measure it in the food. But we're not testing food, which we should, but it's cost prohibitive.
Thank
Well,
you.
I insisted that...
Sorry, Ms Pickford, we're at time.
Okay.
And I just need to ask a couple of more questions, and we might have to, if everyone has a burning question, we'll do one more for each. But given this was raised earlier, can I ask Professor Khan if you have been involved in any of the government-funded research into this issue, or have or currently receive any other government funding?
Yeah, so not my salary, as what was implied, but certainly research funding. Most of the research that I do is for the water industry, and so not necessarily a lot of it has been looking at PFAS. There have been some PFAS projects that we've instigated ourselves, looking at stormwater and ponds and things around the place, but I do look at treatment processes, I look at water quality. I've worked on drinking water guidelines. I was on the committee that you referred to previously about the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, so that's my area of expertise, and that's what I do.
For the government.
I didn't indicate the salary.
Sorry, Mr D.
I didn't indicate his salary.
So for the government, you get paid research grants to do work for the government.
Yeah,
and you're on the
Australian
advisory
Research
body for the
Council
government.
grants, yes,
Yep.
including one that is working on biosolids and looking at PFAS in biosolids.
Thank you. We're told that we are relying on PFAS chemicals, and we know that industry talks about how they are essential and they play it down. And we have 3M, when this inquiry was announced, sleazing around Parliament House in Canberra, trying to get into people's ears. So they're on to us. So are we reliant on PFAS, or can we live without them? And are companies and governments doing enough to ensure we look for safer alternatives? And that's open to you all.
If they were labelled on products, people have a choice. Let's leave it to the people. Let's give them all the information that we know of. Joanna's watch has been beeping. It's in the Apple Watch bands. It's in your lipstick. Do you want to make a choice of whether you put it on your face or be wearing it when you go outside? Yeah, I do. And I think that today, especially, we have a choice of what we do. We talk about organic food. That's a choice. And it shouldn't be labelled organic. It should be labelled normal, and the rest of them something else. Because what choices that we have, we demand those choices. So if people start to demand that I want PFAS-free water, food and clothing, then we need to be able to go and spend our money in that way. And I'll tell you what, industry will change very, very quickly, and they will ban it themselves. Because Levi did, because they didn't want to put their workers in jeopardy, because they'll get sued.
Yeah. Now, happy for anyone else to respond, but we do have to close at some point because we've got the other session coming up. So, Mr. D.
Yeah, Minnesota is your best example. They've actually got a checklist of things over a transition period where they're getting rid of certain products, and already at the start of this year they've already begun that process. And industry just immediately responded in a really positive way and just came out with the PFAS-free alternatives. And they've got a list of things that they have to be done by a certain date. and I'd recommend that Australia follow Minnesota's lead that Tim Moll's put in place.
I think we have to take a really hard line on source control. I think leaving it up to consumer choice is not going to work. Most people don't have the ability to understand PFAS and PFAS concentrations in the products that they buy. It's very invisible. In fact, not most people, all people. We have to take a really hard line and ban it. I know that there are costs associated with doing that, but ultimately the costs of inaction will far exceed the costs of banning PFAS.
Thank you.
Just add that I just think we need to also be considering more upstream here about the regulatory framework. We're talking about 140,000 chemicals in this country that are currently used for industrial purposes, and they come to market with little to no safety data. So, Senator, respectfully, the AUSParliamentLive, when they bring a new chemical that isn't in their inventory, that hasn't been assessed by another authoritative body, they rely on things like in silico data, so computer modelling, in vitro cells, and they actually tell you not to rely on animal data if you can help it. And at the bare minimum, we need animal toxicological data to determine whether these things are safe. We will come to governments and say there are multiple animal studies showing effects that are concordant with human health effects, and people, including industry and governments, will say, well, these aren't biological systems like human bodies. But we still bring chemicals to market based on in silico data, in vitro data. But it's okay for us to get exposed to these chemicals and poison, but we can't use the same data to basically stop these chemicals from harming us. So I think we need to look more upstream, completely rework our regulatory framework and ensure that when the chemicals are coming to market, we have all the animal toxicological data that's independently assessed and it doesn't come from industry before they come to market.
Thank you. Was there any burning questions?
Just one question, Chair. Yeah. Interesting, that point came up several times yesterday, Doctor, and yes, the experts said that the animal studies don't necessarily relate to human studies, and that's the answer we got.
And AUSParliament isn't relying on animal studies, they're using computer modelling studies, in vitro cells.
Okay. Professor Cohn, you provided some information to us on relative concentrations of PFAS in consumer products, drinking water guidelines and biosolids. I was quite surprised by how much PFAS there is in building materials and textile finishing agents, waxes and polishes, a lot of industrial applications.
Yeah, I can speak
PFAS,
to that,
is there? I was interested whether you could take it on notice or whether you knew whether there was issues with landfill too, because it seems like it's everywhere. And a lot of this stuff's just getting sent to landfill. And
indeed. So that was not in my submission, but I did see something very similar in the submission that's coming up from the WaterServices Association.
WSAA.
Yeah, so I think they're next. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it's come with yours. So, sorry, Taz, I thought you'd sent it in. Okay. Right. Well, I'll ask them. Yeah. Okay. Apologies.
Okay. Well, that concludes this session. Thank you all for your contributions. We appreciate you coming and sharing your experiences with us today. We've got still hundreds of questions here, so we will stay in contact. And thank you for taking the time out. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday, the 7th of February 2025. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll just suspend for a short moment so we can rearrange the seating. Thanks. Okay, we'll make a start back if everyone's ready. Hansard's good to go. Thank you. We will now move to our next panel discussion with representatives from WaterServices Association of Australia, Water New South Wales and Sydney Water. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Dr. Kay Power. I am the Principal Water and Public Health Advisor for Sydney Water.
Thank you.
My name's Paul Plowman. I'm the Executive General Manager of Water and Environment Services at Sydney Water.
My name is Ronan McGahern. I am the Executive Manager Operations for Water New South Wales.
My name is Fiona Smith, Executive Manager Strategy and Performance with Water New South Wales.
Good morning, I'm Adam Lovell. I'm the Executive Director of the WaterServices Association of Australia.
Thank you very much. I remind senators that the Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. So, thank you.
I think we'll start with that.
Start over here, thank you. I would first like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands we're meeting today, the Darug people, and their deep connection to water and lands over many thousands of years. I live and work mostly on Cabaragal lands, but actually work right across the country as well. Thank you for inviting us here today to discuss the important implications of managing PFAS in the water services sector. I've been in the industry for over 30 years, mostly in science and engineering and a bit of water management policy as well. We represent 100 water utilities from large urban utilities, including my colleagues here from Sydney Water and Water New South Wales, all the way to very small communities, including Kawanyama up in the Gulf and Carpentaria Aboriginal Council of 1,000 people. Typically, our members are owned by either state government or local government, and as a monopoly, essential services heavily regulated. So there will always be an environment regulator and a health regulator, depending on where they are, depending on which state, and the marvels of federalism at which we work. But on the whole, that's the way it works. And for many of our larger members, they'll also have some sort of price and economic regulator as well. Protecting public health is absolutely the highest priority for our industry. It is the 24/7 job of our industry to protect public health and protect the environment. We will always do what is needed to meet the guidelines in place for managing PFAS. But the biggest impact for managing PFAS is actually at a much higher level. And we've got some recommendations which we believe that the federal government and many others can get behind. First of all, banning or severely restricting PFAS in non-essential consumer products. We need to reduce now, as much as possible, how much PFAS is in the environment. Prevention is always better than the cure. I think we can all agree on that. Mandatory labelling and disclosure requirements so that consumers have a choice to reduce their PFAS exposure. Developing a national contaminant strategy to coordinate all the players in activity, which could be supported by Environment Protection Australia. Number 4, assist remote and First Nations communities to understand what levels of PFAS exist in their water services by using National Water Grid science funding. There is a paucity of data. We produced a report that Linda Burney, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs, launched in 2022, identifying all of the water quality that we don't know for remote First Nations communities. And lastly, set aside significant funding for the tremendous research that's already happening but boosted in terms of what you heard from the previous panel, removal and most importantly destruction of PFAS. Because once you remove it and we have GAC and reverse osmosis membranes, we've still got a contaminated product. So that destruction aspect is really important and needs further investment. Our services are fully funded by our customers via their water bills, so we need to keep our costs efficient to demonstrate to our customers that they're achieving a good service, a good efficient service. We're deeply concerned, though, about the levels of PFAS that are being allowed to enter the country through thousands of everyday household and industrial chemicals and products. It's getting increasingly difficult to manage the PFAS through the water cycle in more and more catchments, as we're finding. As the more sampling is done, and we're finding it literally everywhere, again, as you heard from the previous panel. You would have seen in our submission this graph, which highlights, it's not an exposure pathway, but it shows you how much PFAS is circulating in our general urban surrounds. This is log scale. I'd also like to point out this is log scale. And so right down at the bottom here, that's your proposed Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, the new ones, just to give you a bit of reference. That's where currently biosolids fits as well. So it gives you, I hope, a great deal of surety that tackling source control is one of the key actions is demonstrated through this graph, or through this figure. As Professor Khan pointed out, for drinking water, if we needed to install treatment, every new treatment plant would add hundreds of millions of dollars of capital and operating costs, putting increasing pressure then on water bills. There is a question about cost recovery, who pays for that, but my colleagues here would say, because we're protecting public health, we go there first. We're not waiting around for class actions or anything else to happen. We go there first to protect public health. Moving on to biosolids, because I know that's been brought up as an issue. You could spend $150 today to buy a kilogram of PFAS substance, any one of them, roughly $150. To treat that, once it's gone through a wastewater system into biosolids, $4 million to $25 million for that same kilogram of PFAS. So it gives you an idea, once PFAS is in the chain and once it's sort of circulating through the environment, the costs escalate. Biosolids is a very important product for Australia's wastewater, and there's about 372,000 tonnes of biosolids produced a year. About 85% of that is used safely. It's heavily regulated, and I know you're talking to the New South Wales EPA after this, heavily managed and regulated. Controlling PFAS at the primary source costs the water sector nothing, and therefore our customers nothing. One of our members managing waste and wastewater services in a capital city has estimated that an average bill for an Australian family is currently around $1,500 for water and sewage services. If you were to remove all PFAS from wastewater and biosolids, that goes up to $2,000 per year. So we're not even talking about drinking water at that stage as well. So everybody has a role to play in managing PFAS and removing it. But unless we take that ultimate action urgently and as strongly as possible as removing it at source, these costs will escalate right through. I just wanted to repeat again, the Australian water sector is absolutely committed to protecting public health and the environment and will always do what is required to meet that. Very happy to take any questions once we've finished all the opening statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lovell. Who wanted to go next?
Okay. All right. Adam, thanks for the acknowledgement. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're on Darug country today. Thanks for the opportunity to appear today before the committee and provide a utilities perspective on what's happening. Sydney Water is Australia's largest water utility. We provide essential water supply and wastewater services to 5.3 million customers, and we do that 24/7. In Sydney, although 15% of our water supply can be provided by desalination, a majority of our water comes from protected catchments and is stored in dams before being treated by one of 9 filtration plant systems and then distributed to customers. For Sydney, my colleagues next to me, Water New South Wales, play an important role for managing the water supply catchments and the raw water supply assets, so things like dams and weirs, while Sydney Water treats the water and distributes it to customers. You've heard this morning that PFAS is absolutely ubiquitous in the environment. And so we do need to manage it within the urban water cycle. And we're also aware that PFAS, and we've heard from some of our customers this morning, is a very big concern in the community. But I'd like to take the opportunity to assure them that currently we meet all drinking water guidelines. We've been testing and monitoring our water supply in the context of proposed changes to water guidelines, and there's only one system of our 9 that would potentially exceed the proposed guideline levels. In response to this, we've completed the installation of a treatment process targeted at PFAS chemicals. And I'm pleased to say, as of the 6th of January, all of our systems are meeting not just today's guidelines, but what is proposed in the future ones. As Adam says, we take this very seriously. It's also Sydney Water's role to collect wastewater from homes and businesses and treat it to the required standards so it's safe for discharge to the environment, and indeed we do reuse some of that water. Given that the significant sources of PFAS are in cosmetics, clothing, cookware, you name it, it's not surprising that as people shower and wash, launder their clothes and do washing up, including things that we receive from commercial and industrial uses, PFAS makes its way into the wastewater system. But largely we're lucky because wastewater systems from the very first time of their concept, they were designed to solve a fundamental public health issue, and that's separate people being in contact with wastewater by putting it in the ground and then treating it and safely distribute it. And it largely works. However, an unavoidable byproduct of any wastewater treatment is biosolids, and we heard some discussion this morning about that. In Sydney, biosolids are typically beneficially reused as compost, fertiliser for pasture, fodder. We also use it for forestry and some crops like canola oil. Based on what we're observing in trends overseas and the consultation processes that have been happening around biosolids guidelines and things like that, it's likely that Sydney Water will need to modify its current practices to meet the proposed values for biosolids. To this end, we're currently designing our first thermal treatment facility in the northwest of Sydney. So that's to take our biosolids, treat it at very high temperatures to destroy the PFAS molecules, and out of that you get a biochar which can be beneficially reused, different from a biosolids reuse, but something else. That's great, but it's extremely energy intensive and very, very expensive. We're also looking at options to increase land application for forestry and other things like that, so just change the way we do it. But that's also really expensive. It's very steep, lots of trees. It's not as easy as you might think to use it in that way. There's no question that whether it's land application of biosolids or the water we supply to our customers, public health is absolutely our highest priority. We are investing in new technology, as I explained at Cascades and what I just described on the thermal treatment, and we are making the necessary operational changes to ensure we continue to achieve our goal. However, it is really important to understand that the cost of all of this is passed directly through to our customers. My closing comment is that it's always easier and cheaper and more efficient to avoid than it is to treat.
Thank you, Mr. Plowman. Were there any more statements?
We'll go next. So good morning. I'd also like to acknowledge that we're on the land of the Darug people today. So Water New South Wales operates the state's dams, capturing and storing water and then supplying it ready for distribution for the environment, for agriculture, industry and the community. So we have 41 major dams and hundreds of waterways across the state, and we play a vital role at the source of the state's water, delivering 2/3 of all water used in New South Wales. We play a unique role in using our expertise to look after the declared areas of Greater Sydney's drinking water catchment, which is around 16,000 square kilometres, so that's around half the size of Belgium, to ensure that raw water is as clean and safe as possible. Water quality monitoring across the catchment follows a targeted, risk-based approach to ensure that the Australian drinking water guidelines are met in drinking water supplied to customers. So working closely with Sydney Water and New South Wales Health, we regularly conduct a joint catchment to customer risk assessment process to assess risks to the water supply, and this process is followed to assess the risk from a large number of potential hazards. So in regards to PFAS, a catchment customer risk assessment review in 2017 identified PFAS chemicals as a hazard of emerging concern. The outcomes of this assessment showed that the risk to the Greater Sydney water supply was low, with no major industrial sources identified in the catchment area. And in doing these assessments for PFAS, we took into account guidance from the National Environmental Management Plan, so the NEMP. We and other agencies continue to monitor changes in risk, including from the EPA's PFAS investigations, and keep track of developments in the latest science. And as is well known, following testing by Sydney Water in June and July in 2024, PFAS compounds below the current ADWG but above the new proposed guidelines was detected in the treated drinking water supply from the Cascade Water Filtration Plant in the Blue Mountains. Subsequent Water New South Wales testing throughout the Blue Mountains source waters in July confirmed elevated levels of PFAS in 2 dams, Medlow Dam and Greaves Creek Dam. On receipt of these results, Water New South Wales disconnected the affected dams as a precautionary measure and began regular testing, commenced water transfers from Oberon Dam to blend and top up the supply, and began a forensic investigation into the source of the PFAS. In regional areas, Water New South Wales does not operate urban water supply dams and does not supply drinking water to urban areas. However, we have conducted a screening analysis of our dams, supporting the New South Wales government's work with local water utilities. The results from that screening analysis show that all results are below recreational and drinking water guidelines. And these results have been provided to all local water utilities to help them inform their own risk assessments for their supplies. And they're also available on the Water New South Wales website. So thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence to the Select Committee, and we're happy to take any questions.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here today. Mr Lovell, may I go to you first and ask what proportion of your members are testing for PFAS and then publishing that data on their websites or to their consumers?
I would say most. I don't have an exact number for you, but certainly the larger capital cities are certainly collecting that data and publishing it, mostly on their websites. And when it gets out into more regional areas, I mean, there is great variation in the way water is managed from an urban perspective in Australia. You've got Water Corporation that effectively runs the whole of WA, SA Water, the whole of SA. But when you get to New South Wales and Queensland, outside of the capital cities, in terms of drinking water and wastewater services, local council. So that varies to the extent of which they will collect the data. Normally it will be supported by a health department, and then it's up to them generally, it's up to the council at that stage how they publish the data. But certainly for our capital cities, nearly all of them are sampling, collecting data and putting it on the website.
Thank you.
Can I just ask clarification on that? Mr Lovell, are they all required to do that, or is it done on a voluntary basis, or does it vary based on local government?
Yeah, it tends to vary according to the local health regulators' requirements on how utilities report that data. You would find, on the whole, and I'm not going to speak, in absolute terms, but you would find that, particularly again for the capital cities, they will report pretty transparently, transparently across all the analytes that they collect and sample for. That's pretty much standard course of action. So it will be up to so each state health regulator regulates those utilities. So we don't have a federal health regulator looking at that. Once the NHMRC publishes the guidelines, then the states take them on with the utilities in their jurisdiction and work out from there the sampling, testing and reporting requirements.
How does the initial detection in raw water sources work, particularly in New South Wales? Is it, again, sampling of all major catchments? Is there a system in place that does that, or is it ad hoc or responsive to issues?
So the way that we approach this is we do our catchment to customer risk assessments, and when we do those risk assessments, I mean this is a process that's set out in the guidelines, in the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines. When we do those risk assessments, we really we look to understand. There's a lot of information that's pulled together. It characterises a lot about the catchment, what the land's used for, what industries are in the catchment, what the bushfire history is within the catchment. We put together a lot of schematics around how the system is operated. We put together a lot of data about monitoring data that shows how the system's been operated. Then we go through a process where that's provided to a group of experts, and those experts come together and they can be from different organisations, so they would typically cover health, with different regulators, so Sydney Water and ourselves. And those experts would come together and have a look at all of that information and consider a whole range of different hazards, and then gain an understanding around what the impact of those hazards would be. And the outcome of that then would inform whether there would be sampling that was undertaken to that. I think there were some numbers mentioned this morning about the number of different chemicals that are used in the water industry, and just how many that is. Couldn't possibly analyse for all of them. We need to focus the money that we do have on what are the ones that are likely to pose the highest risk to the safety, so to providing a safe drinking water supply. So we use our risk assessment process to allow us to do that. And when we did that risk assessment process, so in 2017 when we did the risk assessment process, the risk came out as low, and we had done that in conjunction with Sydney Water and New South Wales Health. We'd also discussed those results with the EPA. Then but we also were using since then, updating the information as more information became available. So in December 2023, there was a change to some of those PFAS chemicals, and some of those were designated as potentially carcinogenic for us. That triggered us then looking to update those risk assessments. Now, in the middle of that year is when we undertook that sampling, and once we had those results, we did more sampling and we took action to isolate those storages from the supply.
So in relation to, in a ballpark sense, in relation to that sampling, what proportion of the catchments are sampled for PFAS or PFAS-related chemicals?
So as a result of what we found in that that sampling that was undertaken in June, we have done analysis in all our storages within Greater Sydney, and as I said in the opening comments, we've also done a screening analysis in all the storages across New South Wales.
Senator, just to be for clarity, if you go to Sydney Water's website and you plug in "Where's my water come from?", it will send you to one of the 9 systems that I talked about before, and the results that are in there reflect water that's actually supplied to consumers. So it's not catchment data or anything like that. It's just what people are getting.
That's post-treatment?
That's right, yes.
Okay. Now, can I just also ask Mr Plowman, did I understand your evidence earlier to be that all of the treated Sydney water complies with the new proposed Australian...
The proposed ones, yeah. So I was explaining that we had invested in a new treatment process at the Cascade system, which was the one of the 9 systems that I was explaining before has the potential to exceed. Fine with current guidelines, but with the future guidelines, they weren't going to potentially meet that. So we invested in a treatment process which we commissioned over the Christmas period, and on the 6th of January you can see on our website that treatment process is working very well, and now we're supplying water not just to the current ones, but what the future ones will be as well.
And what is that treatment process?
It's an activated carbon process. And look, I would just point out that it's not just the treatment process, it's the catchment and operational interventions that we've done in terms of taking the two dams offline, and we've also the people that would normally be serviced by the Cascade system, about 2/3 of them are now being supplied by us pumping up the hill from just around the corner in Penrith, up the hill. So we've built a small temporary treatment plant for the areas that we can't supply by other means, and so therefore we're managing it that way. We do need to, eventually we will get to a point where droughts happen and we will need the water supply from those dams, so there is a permanent solution that we're currently in the design process. But you know, we are lucky enough as an organisation the size of Sydney Water, and it's a privilege that not everyone around the country has, to have the technical capability and the expertise and the resources to do something that we've just done.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? Sorry, Pete. I just want to check that everyone's okay with media in the room. We've got ABC who are wanting to film some of the proceedings. Everyone okay? Yep.
Did you want to add something, Dr. Power?
Oh, I just wanted to add to Paul's comment about we've got activated carbon and ion exchange has been put into Cascade. So the activated carbon will take out some PFAS, but it's primarily there to remove the organic matter, which will interact with how the ion exchange works. So it's actually a two-stage process. So taking PFAS out is actually quite a complicated process. It's not nice and straightforward.
In terms of the answer you just gave about the technical capability of Sydney Water and the resourcing, that prompts the question from me, to what extent is there national coordination among different water bodies in terms of dealing with PFAS and PFAS-related contamination of water? And to what extent do those bodies collaborate, appreciating they're structured differently?
I might ask Adam to answer that question, because you're the central...
That's primarily the role of WaSA, is to bring the industry together. We're in a very, again, privileged position that nobody's in competition with each other. So we've got an industry across Australia that shares and probably overshares, but that's a good thing. And so you tend to find that, you know, the big utilities like Sydney Water are very generous with their knowledge that they share really across the country for smaller regional councils. And that's a way of lifting the boats of the whole industry. When it comes to actually implementing, sourcing capital to put in new treatment processes, that sort of comes back then to the council or to that local government to put in place and work with their local regulators. But in terms of understanding what the issues are and understanding what the best, most efficient and the safest way to achieve an outcome, either for customer or community, that's done through us, which is a great place to be.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Davey?
Thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing today. I just want to clarify, Mr Lovell and Sydney Water, your members and you are responsible for providing potable water, that is the water that comes out of our taps that we can drink. Water New South Wales, you're responsible for managing dams and catchments. You don't do potable water standards, do you?
That's, yes, largely correct.
Yeah. But all of you are responsible for cost recovery for your services. Is that correct?
Yes. So if you are a Sydney resident, you get a water bill every quarter, and that contains or allows us to operate the business. The tariff reflects the business and also a return on the assets that we build every day. So my comment at the end there, that everything gets passed through for customers, it generally does. And one of the input costs that is included in a Sydney Water bill is also the costs for the catchment management and the management of those assets too.
Water New
pass
South
through
Wales
the costs.
bill you?
They bill, yeah. We pay a bill every quarter, which is quite substantial.
And your members outside of Sydney, your members also have to recover. And this is part of the National Water Initiative that dates back to a cost recovery model. We have heard today the proposal that the polluter should pay to bring up our levels, which I'm sure most people... But in the absence, if that did not occur, but we were required to, well, already, Sydney Water, you've upgraded your systems, and those increased costs will be passed on to the consumers.
They will be. Yeah.
And the more testing and screening Water New South Wales does, that will be passed on,
And that happens across the country.
and your members.
Yep.
Is there a component of our water bills, if I lived in Sydney, I don't, I just pay Water New South Wales, but is there a, and I know it's false economics because it's taxpayers paying anyway, but where the state government pays for a portion on public good or public service?
So there are arrangements, and as Adam had explained, there are some of our colleagues that provide services across whole states, and there are mechanisms in all of our acts to have community service payments made on the basis that there is a broader community benefit other than just the supply of water and wastewater services. So there are mechanisms to enable that to happen. Sydney Water doesn't have many except for help to pay to help people pay their bills. We've got a CSO for pensioners and things like that to help with those, the vulnerable people, that's right. So that's the one that we have, but in terms of payment for infrastructure and operations, we don't have any CSOs. But there are history of that for Water Corp and other ones that are providing water for communities that are extremely expensive to provide for, and you don't have 5.3 million customers to help pay for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say from a Water New South Wales perspective, in addition to CSOs, there is also a cost share for some of our activities or services with the government. So the government may contribute 20% of the cost of that activity.
And if I can get a bit specific with Water New South Wales, only because of evidence we've already taken, so we heard from the community of Wreck Bay, which is an outstanding community in a territory not governed by New South Wales, but apparently Lake Windermere, which is not Windermere Dam near Mudgee, Lake Windermere in the territory of the Jervis Bay area. Is it managed by you? Do you do the pipes that come out of Lake Windermere?
No, we don't. It's not a Water New South Wales asset. I'm not actually sure whose asset that is.
Okay, so we need to get to the bottom of that because they thought it was Water New South Wales and the costs that were increasing. So we will continue, but I won't dilly-dally on that. I just want to come back to the existing. So Water New South Wales, you now say you do a risk profile, and that triggers screening. You said you've screened all storages now. So once you've done a screening, is there any point at which, if there's an alert, like at what level does your screening then trigger a warning to the downstream water utilities?
So that we have, to the round of testing that we've done, particularly regionally, we have provided all of that to local water utilities regardless of what the result is. We've just made that available to them so they know it's been done and they can incorporate that into their risk assessment processes. So the testing that we are doing, we're making available on our website. So anyone who's interested can come and have a look on that website and see what those results are.
And then those water utilities, if they have concerns, they can make their own decisions about whether they upgrade their systems for the potable water. And Sydney Water, you've upgraded. When you, particularly at Cascade, you've upgraded your systems there. You're now removing PFAS.
Yep.
What are you doing with the PFAS waste?
Yeah, so that's that is something that we need to work on. So there's two ways you can really do it. There is a disposal facility in Victoria that we can use, but there's also encapsulation and other things that we're looking at to look at that. And then when we have our As I was saying before, in the biosolids question I have, when we get to thermal treatment, there's opportunities for us to use that once that facility is built as well.
That disposal facility in Victoria, is that a high thermal treatment?
I believe so. I'd have to take the specifics on notice.
Yeah, that would be appreciated. And encapsulation, is that like basically encapsulating the toxic waste, and then you've got to find a toxic waste storage facility?
Yeah, into to a secured landfill or something like that where it can't leach out. Yep.
Fascinating. I will hand over.
Thank you, Senator Davey. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I just ask, in relation to the chart you provided us, Mr. Lovell, it showed all the different concentrations of PFAS. Yeah, I was saying to the early witnesses, I thought it was quite. I wasn't aware that it was that widely used, especially in building materials and industrial applications. This probably might also go to New South Wales Water. Landfills seen as a potential source of PFAS contamination, given a lot of those materials go to landfills, and is that something that's been looked at in relation to source and sink?
Yeah, and from a national perspective, yes, and I'll let Water New South Wales and City Water answer for their specifics. But from a national perspective, yes, the leachate is definitely a big concern, and this is the problem with PFAS. It's just become so ubiquitous in the environment. And it's getting to the stage where, unless, going back to my point, unless we really focus and go as hard as possible on source control as early as we can, these chemicals will be in the environment for many years to come. We have a chance to, as a water industry, we have a chance to ensure that drinking water is safe and it's returned to the environment in a safe way. But in the middle, everybody has some sort of exposure to this. So landfill is definitely a big issue.
Okay, thank you.
So certainly in the Greater Sydney declared catchments, landfills are part of the investigations that are undertaken by the EPA, and I understand the EPA are talking to you after this, so it's probably a good opportunity to ask them for that information. But that's certainly part of their PFAS investigations.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask? This would probably go to New South Wales Water. Given our previous witnesses, are you investigating the source of PFAS contamination in the Blue Mountains catchment areas? And can you share the preliminary findings of those investigations with us?
So we are investigating the sources of PFAS contamination within those storages. We have been focused on trying to pinpoint what those sources could be. We have, over the 6 or so months that's been underway, we've collected over 250 samples from 37 different locations within that catchment. We are getting close to finalising the preliminary phase of that investigation, and once we have done that, then we would seek to make that information available to the public. So we are working as fast as we can to complete that investigation. It's detailed and it's complex, and we are also, incorporating into that those incidents that people talked about potential links with traffic accidents that had occurred some years ago, and including even going to those agencies to get those records that were associated with those incidents and trying to get as much information as we can.
We heard about earlier.
Yeah, that's one of the lines of inquiry that we're following on.
Okay, and given that, I suppose this area was considered not to be a hotspot prior to this, is there implications for you having to do broader studies of other areas? If you find a source and with a level of confidence, like it might have been a tanker fire, is it something that you're going to have to consider doing more broadly?
Absolutely. If we then find elevated levels in other catchments, from the testing that we've done, we haven't yet. Yeah. But if we do find those elevated levels, then we would investigate that, and we would ensure that those investigations considered those kind of localised one-off applications of these PFAS-containing chemicals that may not have been triggered as part of investigations prior to this, because if you look at the guidelines that are and the guidance that is included in the NEMP, it tends to focus on sites and applications that are ongoing over time and that are repeated rather than one-off.
Right. Okay. Yeah, please. Yeah.
In terms of the NEMP that you just referred to, are there things that, based on what you've experienced or the kind of things you've learned in this process, that you want to see in that, or ways that can be improved?
So I think probably that point that I just made, around the guidance, it'd be good to have increased guidance around some of those one-off applications and making sure that the data that's associated with those one-off applications is easily available to water authorities, so that when they're doing their risk assessments, they can get that information and use it as part of that risk assessment process. We have been able to get that, to work with the agencies in New South Wales that are responsible for that, and they've been quite forthcoming, but we've had to go and find that information.
Can I just add just quickly on the NEMP? There's a distinct, the way it's currently written as a draft, is a distinct focus on end-of-pipe solutions. And going back, and sorry to repeat myself 1,000 times, source control, it's got to move back to the source control, because end-of-pipe only pushes out costs, only pushes out problems. The water industry is in this for many years to come. We know that. But let's try and lessen that and move more to a source control focus rather than end of pipe.
I have exactly the same theory about plastics more generally, especially single-use plastics and other forms of plastics. It's always end of pipe in this country. Okay, yeah, Chair, just to do it very quickly. In relation to the evidence we heard earlier, this probably goes to Sydney Water. We heard that prior to June 2024, drinking water in the Blue Mountains hadn't been tested for PFAS. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think some of the opening statements and the comments that Fiona had made earlier probably explain as to why that wasn't the case in terms of catchment risk assessments, etc., etc. So we had determined it being a protected catchment, identified that it was low risk, and we've just heard the NEM and the guidelines around how you do those risk assessments.
Okay. Last question, Chair. You mentioned that you've now got processes in place, Dr. Power and Paul, that you can meet the current guidelines and the future guidelines in terms of concentrations. Yeah. How difficult would it be to go to US standards, just as a theoretical, like to 4 parts per trillion? I mean, is it a matter of just putting in more?
We're quite fortunate in that the levels that we have throughout all of our systems will actually meet the US EPA guidelines.
Will meet the US guidelines, right? Just in Sydney Water?
In our supplies.
In your supply.
I'm not sure about regional New South Wales. You may find that some of those aren't capable of meeting the US. In meeting that, we're talking about 4 parts per trillion, not the aspirational goals of the US EPA of 0. If we're looking at that, we're looking at putting in treatment at probably 50% of our plants.
Okay.
Yeah, the US guidelines of 4 parts per trillion, that was what I was referring to when I mentioned potential future guidelines of...
I should ask you to clarify that because I wasn't totally sure. Yep. And would that be, have you got any reflections more broadly around the country, Mr. Lovell, on and whether that would be the case for other?
In general, our feeling from the publicly available data is that most utilities should be able to meet a US EPA, if it went to US EPA, should be able to meet it. There would be definitely some locations around the country that couldn't. There's no doubt about that.
Interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so Sydney Water, what PFAS testing has been conducted in areas where Sydney Water biosolids have been applied?
So we test our biosolids before they leave us, and so then the farmers or wherever it's applied have to keep records, and so do our contractors, and keeping records on the application rates, etc., etc., etc. So there's a whole bunch of rules around how biosolids can be applied to various different uses, and they have to comply with all of those requirements, which is set by the EPA, and they have to provide a report that they've done all of that. I don't know of any specific PFAS monitoring at particular sites, but we do measure and have been measuring for a little while the content of PFAS in our biosolids, and that was to say, well, what do we need to do when inevitably the guidelines will change, which they will over time, just like water has.
So
Thank you.
Yeah, that monitoring is done as off our own bat to get information about what the quality is. There isn't a requirement currently for every batch of biosolids that go out to measure the concentration of PFAS in that batch. There's requirements for farmers to keep records of how they use it, where they apply it, how often they apply it, so that you can probably backtrack where things are, and there's no requirements for farmers to be measuring where that biosolids has been put on for the amount of PFAS that's actually present in the environment.
Can I just to follow up on that. So you're aware now of how much PFAS is in the biosolids that you are selling, distributing.
Yep.
So therefore, if a farmer is using biosolids purchased from yourselves, they can assume that it is that level of PFAS within that. So,
and there's guidelines around how it gets applied so it doesn't concentrate and all of those sort of things. But that is a development that's happening in the updated biosolids guidelines that the New South Wales EPA are working on to be a lot more specific around that.
Yeah.
Water New South Wales, you mentioned Water New South Wales follows a targeted, customised water testing approach for PFAS. Is it correct that you do not test all waterways, but just certain ones where you assess there might be a risk?
So the monitoring that we've undertaken, so we've sampled all those storages within the Greater Sydney system because of the linkages with the supply to Sydney Water. We've also done that screening analysis for all of those regional storages, and we've provided that information to the local water utilities for them to do their risk analysis with. So as an input to their risk analysis. I think an important thing to remember in those regional situations is that often it's not a direct supply from a storage to a local water utility. Often the water is discharged from the storage. It travels sometimes a considerable distance down rivers. There are other tributaries that flow into those rivers, other inflows. So there are other influences on water quality. So it's really important that the local water utility that's extracting water or using that water source has an understanding of what it is that it's using as its raw water source at that point in the system. And so therefore those results that we've collected are useful for them as an input to their risk assessment process.
So, given we've seen over the last year that this approach is not working and missing high PFAS contaminations such as that in the Blue Mountains, are you considering a change to ensure all waterways and dams get tested?
So we have tested those storages, and I think it continues to be on that risk-based approach where we are available to assist local water utilities if they need some input from us to do their risk assessment process. And I understand the New South Wales Department of Health is also available to assist them, as is the New South Wales Department as well, the other departments. It is targeting that analysis so that it can provide the most useful information to those water supply authorities.
Has Water New South Wales conducted PFAS testing in the Murray River?
We have conducted testing in storages that are associated with the Murray River.
Yes, it will be humed down and tested, so just the upper storage.
And what was that result?
So all the results were below both the current drinking water guidelines and the recreational guidelines.
But we haven't tested anything below the dam, just to be clear.
following on from that, so taking that as your rule, in the Murrumbidgee River, you would have tested Burrinjuck and Blowering, correct, but not downstream, correct, which is Wagga, which is where there have been issues with contamination.
Correct.
But then for drinking water, Riverina water, I'm pretty sure they're called, would be testing their drinking water. But anyone who's not within the Riverina water pipe system who is taking their water directly from the river. I know we don't drink river water, we generally drink our rainwater, but there's no capacity for those people to know the water they're extracting from the river that they're applying to their crops or watering their stock with. There's no information available to them outside of your dams are.
That's right. So outside of the testing we've done in the dam, and then as Fiona has pointed out, what happens below the dam, there are many other sources, be they tributaries, runoff from land, that may impact where someone might extract water along the river.
So it's important that people who are extracting water from the river are assessing it at the point of use for what they're using it for, and because there's so many different uses that they can put that water to, they need to. That's the process that they would need to work through as part of that. We do try to put links to other government departments where there is information available that might be relevant to them. We try and put that on our website with the results that we've made available, and also ensure that when we do make those results available that we include guidance from, there's an expert PFAS panel in New South Wales that the EPA chair, and they're available to review these results and also to help with advice that's provided to the public. And they have a technical advisory group that also does, that can review these results and help in terms of the advice that's provided to the public as well. So I think there is. There is information that is available on our website, certainly the website of the EPA, and there is also just a general New South Wales government PFAS-related webpage that people can go to for information.
Good. Okay, so we're at time, but I've got a couple of more questions, and if anyone has burning questions, then I'll come back to you. Yep. Is Water New South Wales aware that the highest PFAS detections in Victoria were detected at 4 times the Australian drinking water guideline at Lake Mulwala in 2023? Lake Mulwala provides the town of Yarrawonga with drinking water and is right next to the New South Wales town of Mulwala.
So Lake Mulwala is, the storage itself is, do you want to talk to that one, Rena?
So I'm not aware of that. I don't know if Fiona's aware of those results, but that storage is obviously downstream of Hume Dam, and it's not a storage that New South Wales manages and is accountable for. And again, it goes back to the points Fiona was making around, from that storage, in particular those local water utilities who are extracting water are those who are needing to monitor and be aware of the PFAS levels in there or other chemicals that might be in that storage.
So on the New South Wales side, which, they're colonial borders, so we're always connected to that mob, another story. So on the New South Wales side of the river, has the township of Mulwala had their drinking water tested for PFAS chemicals given the concern of the Victorian levels?
So, sorry, it's not a question that we can answer because we're not responsible for their supply, and you need to talk to the utility, the local water utility that is responsible for their supply, which I just can't recall who that is off the top of my head.
Okay, and just my last question, then I'll hand it over to Senator Ghosh. What are the implications of the new draft drinking water guidelines from NHMRC for Water New South Wales, and what sort of testing program do you have planned for when these guidelines are finalised?
So the implications are that we're assessing that against the supplies that we have and the results that we're getting from the monitoring that we're undertaking to see if there is any information that we need to, to changes that we would need to make. Most of the implications would, I imagine, come in the source of treatment upgrades that might be needed in those systems, but it could also go as far as some of the investigation work that we're doing in the Blue Mountains system, where we're trying to understand what the source of that is to see if remediation is a viable option for that system to try and correct what has happened up there.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
Thanks. Can I come back to the activated carbon treatment system and the ion exchange system? Are those broad spectrum treatment systems that take out a range of different negatives in water, drinking water, or are they PFAS and PFAS related chemicals specific?
Do you have that as well? Can you answer it generally? But
The activated carbon will take out a range of organic matter, so a whole range of stuff, and it will, but the activated carbon will also take out PFAS. But the problem is you'll get an interaction between the organic matter and the PFAS competing for the same sites. So you use the activated carbon to take out the organic matter to start with, and the ion exchange is primarily focused on the PFAS components, particularly the short chain ones. But part of what you need to do when you're looking at how to do your treatment processes is actually look at the type of PFAS that you have in your source water or your raw water, and the type of ion exchange and the treatment processes you're actually putting in place, because they will have different removal efficiencies depending on what you actually have there, which is a lot of the work we've been doing out at Cascades, is characterising the raw water, looking at what's removed as it goes through that system, and then looking at the final product out there. And it appears to be working extremely well, basically removing all of the compounds that we can identify.
Thank you.
Does it also take out some of the good stuff? Because we know that even though water is water, there's a lot of good minerals and
no, not really.
It doesn't take
no.
out the good stuff.
in some of our really intense process, we do remineralise.
Yep.
So for desalination and when you're doing oxidisation and things like that, you do have a process of remineralising. So it tastes like water. Otherwise, it just tastes like hydrogen and oxygen.
Unless you live in Canberra, where it just tastes like chemicals.
And also, at the end of it, we also add chlorine because it has to travel through pipes. Yeah, yes, indeed. Of course, another public health element to what we do. So we do make sure that it tastes like water.
Thank you. And I just want to say what I said to you all privately earlier, that water is life, and to us as Aboriginal people, Gunai Guna Chamara women, water is the blood that runs through mother's veins. And you don't mess with the water, because if you mess with the veins and the blood that runs through your veins, the body dies. And that's what water is to us. It's part of who we are. So thank you for caretaking and looking after the water for now. But thank you for your time today. And if you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday, 7th of February 2025. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you.
We'll just shortly suspend for the next session, which will be the New South Wales Environment Protection Agency. Welcome representatives of the New South Wales Environmental Protection Agency. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Chair. I'm Tony Chappell and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Steve Beeman. I'm the Executive Director of Regulatory Practice and Services at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Before I begin, I'd also just like to acknowledge that we're meeting on Darug land and acknowledge the elders who have cared for country since deep time here, whose ancestors walk alongside us today, and extend my respect to elders past and present and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. The regulation and management of the PFAS family of chemicals is a complex and challenging issue. With this in mind, I'd like to start by providing some context on the role of the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority that we play in the New South Wales Government's response to PFAS contamination. In September 2015, the EPA put out public communications to notify the community around the Williamtown RAAF base and Newcastle Airport that legacy firefighting chemicals had been discovered in the vicinity. Since then, the New South Wales Government has implemented a whole-of-government approach to investigate and provide the community with advice on legacy PFAS contamination. It involves taking a risk-based approach to identify potential risks using agreed national policies and standards such as the 2020 Intergovernmental Agreement on a National Framework for Responding to PFAS Contamination and the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, to name a few. When it comes to the EPA specifically, we lead the largest PFAS investigation program in the country. This program is guided by Appendix B of the PFAS National Environmental Management Plan 2.0, which lists out the priority sectors for investigation. Through this program, we have systematically assessed and triaged more than 1,100 sites in New South Wales. We've identified 51 sites in New South Wales with significant PFAS contamination. This means they remain a high priority and require continued investigation, remediation and monitoring. Turning to Commonwealth sites and the challenges there. In New South Wales law and under New South Wales environmental protection principles, the polluter pays. The EPA, however, has no legal powers to compel the Commonwealth Government to undertake remediation actions on Commonwealth Government land. And this includes the Department of Defence and their sites in New South Wales, the Commonwealth Government Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts, and their sites in New South Wales, as well as federally owned airports, including Sydney, Bankstown and Camden. The EPA has vigorously pursued the Commonwealth Government as the polluter to take action to protect the community from PFAS contamination at RAAF base Williamtown and other defence and federal airport sites in New South Wales. But without legal powers to regulate or compel the Commonwealth Government, this has created significant issues for the EPA. The EPA advocates on behalf of the community impacted by Commonwealth activities, such as defence bases and federal airports, to ensure that impacts are assessed and managed, though we do not have legislative power to do so directly. The EPA has also assessed New South Wales sites around Commonwealth Government sites to ensure the local communities have access to accurate information. In New South Wales, we've fostered a collaborative approach to the management of PFAS across agencies responsible, including health, water and primary industries agencies. This has not always been our experience of working with federal agencies, and we'd appreciate the opportunity to extend the spirit of collaboration across jurisdictions. Recently, we've seen an example around Botany Bay where signs have been erected without communication with our agency or the community, and these signs contradict the precautionary assessment and advice that the EPA has provided based on sampling and testing. Greater effort from federal agencies to work with us on matters relating to PFAS contamination in New South Wales would help ensure the local community receives consistent and accurate information. In New South Wales, we've also established a whole-of-government team of experts to support the EPA's investigation program known as the Technical Advisory Group, or TAG. The TAG is chaired by the EPA and consists of government experts from the EPA, New South Wales Health, the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, New South Wales Fisheries, New South Wales Agriculture and Biosecurity, the New South Wales Food Authority, and a scientist from the New South Wales Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. The TAG reviews investigation, scientific reports and sampling results to help develop tailored and general precautionary advice on actions impacted communities can take to reduce their exposure. The TAG also assesses ongoing monitoring reports for specific sites, such as those produced by Defence at RAAF base Williamtown, and undertakes detailed risk assessments used to formulate specific, tailored, precautionary dietary advice for food consumption for the community. The New South Wales PFAS Expert Panel is an additional body that provides strategic informed advice to the EPA to assist in developing coordinated responses to complex PFAS issues. It's been established under the Protection of the Environment Administration Act 1991. The expert panel is chaired by the New South Wales Office of the Chief Scientist and Engineer and consists of senior officer representatives from the same agencies that make up the TAG. When it comes to drinking water quality, this is the responsibility in New South Wales of New South Wales Health and Water Utilities under the Public Health Act. I understand New South Wales Health has asked water utilities to ensure they have assessed risks to drinking water from PFAS and included this in their drinking water management system. New South Wales Health is supporting local water utilities in regional New South Wales that have not tested already with an initial screening test for PFAS, and the EPA supports New South Wales Health in this work. The work the EPA is involved in the PFAS space doesn't stop there. The EPA assists authorities to comply with the New South Wales Government's ban and restrictions of the use of long-change PFAS containing firefighting foam, unless it's being used for fighting catastrophic fires. Thanks to the passing of the Environmental Legislation Hazardous Chemicals Amendment Act in 2024, New South Wales is aligned with the Industrial Chemicals Environmental Management Standards, ICHEMS, and under ICHEMS, PFAS chemicals, including PFOA, PFOS and PFHXS, will be prohibited from being imported, manufactured, exported or used in Australia and in New South Wales from 1 July 2025. The EPA is also focusing on stopping PFAS from being included in everyday products and packaging and upstream issues where it can arise, including compostable packaging because of the risk it presents to waste streams and the environment. This work includes guidance on how to test and report on PFAS in fibre-based food contact packaging and how to find alternative materials. The EPA is also involved in the development and implementation of the PFAS National Environmental Management Plan and other matters relating to PFAS which are considered through the Heads of EPA Collaborative Forum. That's a short summary of actions the New South Wales EPA is undertaking to manage existing PFAS contaminated sites and prevent further contamination from occurring. The issue of PFAS contamination, of course, remains complex and the science continues to evolve, and this is why the EPA continues to review and, when necessary, update measures we're taking alongside other New South Wales and Commonwealth Government agencies to protect the environment and human health from PFAS contamination. And we appreciate that the issue of PFAS contamination greatly impacts those communities that live around contaminated sites. The long-term impact of PFAS is still emerging and the assessment process is highly technical. And for communities impacted by significant off-site PFAS contamination, we aim to provide tailored advice, often undertaking local surveys to understand people's direct use of groundwater or whether they grow their own produce, for example. And we follow up with individual door knocking so we can have a one-on-one direct conversation when providing this advice. We're always looking to better ways to engage with impacted communities and how we can provide simple advice to minimise people's exposure to PFAS and protect their health. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. I'll hand over to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to both of you for being here today. In terms of the remediation methods deployed by the EPA for PFAS contamination sites, Are you able to outline which of those methods have proved most effective and whether they are in effect universal or whether those solutions need to be tailored to the site and nature of the contamination?
Thank you for the question. That often comes down to a very site-specific answer, depending on the nature of the material that you're working in and the type and level of contamination. So I'll take, for example, a place like RAF-based Williamtown, so the impacted community there. That part of country is quite close to sea level, so you actually get the surface water. It's probably less than half a metre down, and so you're limited about what the type of opportunities are in that particular situation, and that might be very different to a site that's a very dry land site. So you really need to do the individual site assessment and come up with a particular remediation strategy for that site. Typically, it's about reducing. Typically we find where it's in the very high concentration sites, it's where there's been a hotspot. So it's where, and you often see it in many of the reports about a hotspot on particular RAF bases around fire training grounds. So it's a location on the site where they've continually used over years and decades firefighting foam. And so what we find often in those locations, it's about reducing the mass of PFAS. And so it's about often digging that material up, and I heard the Victorian site mention, that material gets typically sent to Victoria and that soil gets burnt and the PFAS gets destroyed that way. If you then pick Williamtown, I'll use the Williamtown again as another example. Defence have built 4 water treatment plants there and they've treated to date 5.2 billion litres of water. So they're treating the water that's leaving the site. In terms of kilograms removed, I'm doing this by memory, it's something about maybe 60 or 70 kilograms of PFAS have been removed. So a lot of PFAS, a little bit of PFAS goes a really long way in terms of the contamination issue. And so that water is getting treated through the similar processes that Sydney Water talked about granular activated carbon and ionic exchange. And then that water can be put back into the environment after it's confirmed that it's safe. So it really depends on the specific situation to come up with a tailored solution.
In terms of destroying PFAS once you've extracted it from a contaminated site, are you aware of any methods other than high temperature destruction that are either implemented around the world or in Australia or are currently the subject of research?
It's typically it's the high temperature incineration. It's actually breaking the molecule down and destroying it. But there is research happening around the world about other forms of how can you trap that PFAS molecule in a matrix of other material, and so for it having not to be released, so you actually haven't destroyed it or got rid of it. You're just encapsulating it, containing it. But at the moment, all that sort of work is still sort of developing globally, and that's the emerging bit of research.
Are there aspects of, or are there things you would like to see included in the PFAS National Environment Management Plan?
It's a good question. We were part of the teams that helped put the I'll use the NEMP, it's easier to say. Yeah. So we've been out and we've consulted generally on, we're currently operating under NEMP 2.0. I think ministers agreed in December last year to release NEMP 3.0, and so we expect that to be released by the Commonwealth in the first quarter of this year. As we're getting more information and as more information comes available, that goes to the heads of EPA. So our national coordination from an environmental perspective on PFAS is what we call HEPA, which is the heads of EPA, and they've been tasked they're the custodians of the NEMP document. And so we're always looking to improve that document, and in the various versions, and I've been sort of on this journey for versions 1, 2 and 3, we've actually had placeholders in there saying on this particular issue about landfill design, more work needs to be done, and when we've gone to NEMP 2, we've actually put the standards in there. So this is for us is going to be a continual change, and I suspect we'll see the NEMP change from 3 to 3.1 if and when the NHMRC makes a decision on the thing they're consulting on now. So it's currently got, the current version, if we issued it today, would have the current numbers in, but we know there might be new numbers coming in. So I think the beauty about that process is not having guidelines fixed, for decades, but having a really agile, a phrase we use is follow the science. So whatever the science is telling us, be agile enough for us to update our guidelines.
And we've fed in very significant work we've done on risk assessment around biosolids, and we've done a whole lot of catchment-based, place-based work as well, and shared that with other states. Victoria's doing something quite complementary on wastewater, and so that has all informed what will become the new version of the NEB when it's released in a few months.
Are there particular? Yeah. Follow-up question. You follow the science. There are so many scientists out there that are paid by industry that are drumming up dodgy findings, and then you have no independence when government picks who they want. Yeah. So when you talk about follow the science, which one are we following?
Yeah, good question. So, so the work that often a lot of this stuff where it starts from, it actually hangs nationally. So we're guided a lot by the NHMRC. We're guided by the NHealth, particularly around the health advice. We have an expert panel in New South Wales, which is chaired by the Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer. So we've got someone who's an eminent scientist, an engineer, who oversees the work that we do and provides that sort of assurance. We don't take anyone's work at face value, certainly not in New South Wales. And that's, I think, the strength of the New South Wales framework has been we haven't accepted Defence's work or Air Services work or anyone's work at face value. It goes to the technical advisory group and they're government scientists. They're the experts in their field within the various government agencies. And we will pull that work apart and send it back without fear or favour.
Are there any particular scientific gaps or areas where the research is in its nascency that are particularly problematic for your work at the moment? And if so, what are those gaps?
That's a good question. I don't know where to start with that one. It is a really good, I think lots of the research, it's interesting when you see a graph of PFAS publication research over 20 years, there wasn't very much, and all of a sudden there was just a skyrocket about 10 or 15 years ago. It really became into the scientific consciousness, and certainly ours. I think right across the spectrum, a lot of the research is still nascent. It's good. There's a lot of good stuff out there, and a lot of the stuff that we rely on, we would particularly rely on the peer-reviewed stuff, international stuff. It's interesting when we talk to our colleagues in the US EPA about biosolids, we're slightly ahead of them. So a lot of people go, well, think the USC's ahead of us, but we've gone and said what we've done. They've gone, we like that. So there's I think there's a couple of really strong areas for us. It's around that longer term impact on ecological health of waters. So particularly animals that live in those environments. And the trouble with PFAS, it's something that bioaccumulates and goes up the food chain. So the prawn eats the worm, the bird eats the prawn, and it gets into that food chain. There's more work that we actually need to understand those pathways through the food chain system. And another one that sort of really stands out for me that I'm not sure we've really nutted well, and it's the art of the risk communication. How do you turn this really complex subject matter into something digestible for everyone, really, about understanding the risks of PFAS? We're going to be living with this chemical in the environment for a long time. So it's how do we give the community the best advice so they can make informed decisions. But there's a lot of science you've got to wade through and still a lot of contest. But I think if that's something we could improve, science risk communication would be, I think, a great benefit to the community.
And perhaps just one other point on that. We've seen this in our biosolids work. There are a number of other chemicals that are of concern that are persistent, things like triclosan, which creates antibiotic resistance, glyxolide. There are a number of other chemicals that seem to be behaving in a very persistent way that potentially bioaccumulate as well. And so we're conducting risk assessments on a number of those. But I think, in terms of some of the structural issues that we confront when we're trying to regulate and communicate PFAS consistently, particularly this constitutional issue around Commonwealth sites, we're going to face all those challenges with some of these other contaminants in other contexts as well. So I think solving the architecture to give the community really joined up communication, as Steve mentioned, and have the community genuinely, legitimately be able to feel confident that they're not only being heard and understood, but doesn't matter which piece of land is owned by which entity, the approach is consistent. I think that would be very important, and it's going to be only more important going forward.
This might be slightly tangential. I'll just quickly say, so one of the things we're working on with colleagues in New Zealand is a model we call HAZEL. It's hazard evaluation, and so it's how can you scrape all the literature and the data around a whole range of chemicals, there's more than just PFAS, and then start doing that risk assessment of exposure and toxicity. And so we're trying to build that as a tool to go, what's the next PFAS? Like, what's the thing that's coming up on the horizon? So it's, so we're not caught, society's not caught flat-footed again.
And this is actually, we heard about getting to the top of the pipe, and of course we agree. One of the things the New South Wales government's consulting on, which is first in kind in Australia, is for plastic material a green list as well as a red list. So you'd be familiar that BPA was prohibited some years ago, and it's been replaced in many instances by just as toxic chemistry. And so we want to be able to be clear to industry about these are the safe compounds that we will happily see you use. These ones are prohibited, rather than just prohibiting things and then industry goes and gets creative and finds something else that isn't perhaps well understood, because there are tens of thousands of compounds in use and very few have been widely studied.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gosch. Senator Davey.
Oh, thank you. Where to start? And it's really interesting what you say about we've got to be careful that we're not just swapping out one really bad compound and potentially opening the door to another really bad compound that we haven't got a good and comprehensive understanding of. Mr. Beeman, you mentioned the art of risk communication, and this is something that I'd really like to get my head around, because in what we're hearing and some of the evidence if you are a person who's inclined to glass is always half empty, we're hearing that water potentially is contaminated. Irrespective of where you are, we are hearing that there are hotspots and there are more at-risk zones, and and we've heard very clearly from the water utilities that they are treating their water to current guidelines. The art of communication, how do we inform people without scaring people? Because, if we drive everyone to bottled water, then you've got the issue of microplastics in the plastic bottles of water. You don't know the source of the bottled water, so you might actually be drinking water that hasn't been remineralised, so it's not as healthy. So we need to make sure people are informed without being overwhelmed. And that is not just water, that's also foodstuffs, plant stuffs. It's a real catch-22, and I think the EPA has a really strong role to play as a trusted government agency. Throwing it to you.
And everyone's really struggled with this. Like, this has been the thing around PFAS because, I'll preface it by saying this isn't any way diminish impacted communities, perspectives. That's the thing as a regulator, as Tony mentioned, we do a lot of door knocking, like we want to make it a very personal approach. There are some interesting facts, like from the modelling we do, and the modelling that gets used more generally about human health risk assessments that are sort of national standards, like 90% of your PFAS consumption comes from food ingestion. Now the food, gotta get this wrong, Food Safety Australia and New Zealand, FSANZ, they did in 2021-22, they did what they call the 27th total health diet, and they assessed PFAS in foods. So they went to the supermarket and they get all the stuff off the basket. And what that showed was, and it would be good to see that work repeated, what that work really showed was PFAS levels in food. I think the expression they used in the report was very low. And so, so for general food consumption, it's very low. About 10% of your consumption of PFAS comes from water, and so and predominantly drinking water. And so you can model all of that stuff. So we work off these things called total tolerable daily intake. So Fazan's has set up a number that says over a lifetime of 70 years of a person drinking so much water and eating so much food with a certain body weight, this is the tolerable intake before there's a adverse effect. Now, all that adverse effect data comes from predominantly from lab studies, and a lot of, when you read the NHMRC work, a lot of it's from rats. And so it's this big jump from taking something from the laboratory, trying to work out an impact and turning that into a human health number, and then trying to explain that. But I think there's probably that work, and I think the work that's been done, our approach to this is what we encourage everyone to do is publish everything you've got. The more that you make publicly available, and I know Defence has done that, say for Williamtown, they've turned a 2,000-page report into a 5 or 6 page slide deck. Like that's a bit of an art form to do that. It's like, how do you get that really complex science and in a way graphically bundle it up so it's easily digestible?
And there's quite a good chart with different uses and ticks and crosses that's simple to understand.
Yeah, so it's I've seen it. There's RAF for Jervis Bay. Rather than writing it out, they had for adults and children different uses, and then it was just a tick and a cross, and so it was and a little statement on the side. But it was probably the first time I'd seen someone actually take a lot of complex information from a 2,000-page human health risk assessment and actually make it very simple, or really accessible to the community.
But I think this is actually, this is the challenge with all of these complex pollutants, that to communicate to someone directly about their life really requires going to their home or their property and understanding how they use the water, or do they eat chickens that are drinking the groundwater? Do they have bores? That's why we try to door knock and get a level of trust with the household, so that they'll be honest with us, because they might have an unauthorised extraction point. We don't worry too much about that. We just want to understand how they're using the water if they're in one of these hotspots, and then we can give them tailored precautionary advice for their uses.
And you focus your door knocking efforts on identified hotspots rather than potentially others. I've
got one thing that popped in my head, and it hasn't come out very publicly. Like it's out there, but I don't think people realise. There's a really great report that was done by ANU on PFAS and people. Can't remember the date, but I can
if you
find it for
send
you.
it on notice, that'd be great.
But that looked at also a whole bunch of PFAS scenarios, a bunch of defence spaces. But there's some work in there around. We're actually seeing PFAS levels in blood decline in the Australian population over time. So as we're seeing PFAS not being substituted out, we're actually seeing that decline. It'll be decades, but we're seeing that decline actually happening. So
it's a good start.
But
this also brings us back to, we've got to stop it at the source to continue that decline, not keep it going. Very quickly, you mentioned before landfill, new designs for landfill. We know existing landfill is a risk zones, but are we seeing, as we're increasing the regulations on accredited licensed landfill sites, which impacts the cost of using those landfill sites, an increase in illegal dumping? And how are we managing that? Because there was a report outside Mildura of outlaw motorcycle gangs charging people to get rid of their waste and then just dumping it in the bush.
Look, illegal dumping is a serious environmental crime, and EPA works very closely with police and other agencies to combat it, and councils. And it's, our research indicates it's driven by a number of factors. It's something that can be opportunistic, and sometimes there are business models that can arise, as in any regulated space, where people can try and skirt the rules or take advantage of them to create an additional profit margin. And we work very closely with operators, with the regulated industry, who often are a good source of intelligence as well, to combat that. We haven't seen a correlation in increasing cost of safe disposal with illegal dumping volumes. Do you want to add to that, Steve?
Yeah, so we've got a specialist team inside the EPA we call the Waste Crime Task Force. So that's their job, is to look for the illegal dumpers and the illegal landfills, and we use a whole range of techniques to make sure that we actually try and get ahead of those guys before they do their business.
And just on stopping it at source, I think it is just worth noting that I think Australian governments, both state, territory and Commonwealth, are collectively really moving very rapidly to a comprehensive phase out on 1 July of these chemicals. So I'm confident, at least from that angle, there's very good momentum.
Thank you. And that's under the Schedule 7, the Commonwealth import bans. Just in relation to that, just quickly, and unfortunately some of us have to leave at 12:30, so I don't have any time for questions, but I understand from your submission on page 7, while long-chain PFAS has been banned in New South Wales, that the government still does reserve the right to use it for catastrophic high-intensity fires. Is that correct?
Yeah, it'll be up until the ICAMS legislation comes in place,
Right, which will be July this year. Okay.
It's really just at oil refinery, oil depot type facilities with very intense fire risk historically that has been authorised, but it won't be after 1 July.
Banned for training, and you have to get our approval to store it.
Have they got a substitute product?
Yes.
That they're okay. Thank you.
Can't say the same about some Commonwealth sites though, because we don't have a full insight into those.
Yeah, we asked Defence the same question yesterday, and they said they now had substitute products, but we actually didn't get the information as to what they are. Look, I know, just Chair, if you don't mind, one more. Senator Ghosh asked you questions a bit earlier about how you kind of prioritise, I suppose, your limited resources with lots of pollution sources and risks associated with them. I mean, where would PFAS sit roughly in the scale? I mean, putting the politics aside, that you've got a Senate inquiry. And by the way, thank you for coming and talking to us today. I know not all state agencies do, so it's really appreciated. Where would it kind of sit, considering you've got asbestos and thousands of other products that pollute and cause issues? Is it politics driving this? Is it community? Or are you really concerned that the build-up of these over time will be too hard to reverse?
Look, anything that's persistent and bioaccumulative is of concern. And as the health understanding has continued to improve, I think the concern has probably increased. And
there's more data's coming to, more research is coming to light.
It's, there are many challenges to community and environmental health, and this is one, but it's one that has historically, a bit like asbestos, has been ubiquitous, and it's present in lots of everyday products that we've all grown up with thinking were innocuous. And so it really does require systemic action, but it's one of the few areas where we are seeing effective systemic change happening. So that gives me some comfort, and I suppose reduces my residual concern to some extent, because we're not allowing the problem to continue worsening as we are with so many other areas.
In terms of those systemic changes, you talked about the plastics plan. Well, you've mentioned it, and I'm familiar with that from another Senate inquiry you've got at the moment. Have you set your level of allowable PFAS in compost yet, or in compostable products? I know there's some differences between the states.
Well, we don't allow, look, we are testing, we're actually doing a whole lot of work with the compostable industry at the moment on a new sort of generation of products, but all of the so-called compostable products that we've tested previously have shown pretty high residual levels of various concerning chemicals, including PFAS and microplastics. And so in New South Wales, we don't allow those into the green bin and into the food and garden organic recycling system, because we want to keep the end product clean, and we best do that, as we've sort of discussed already, by top of pipe solutions rather than end of pipe. But the NEMP, I think, will guide ultimately, and then human health risk assessment how we apply products where there is any residual level.
I think to the heart of your question was that thing I talked about, Hazel. It's how do you prioritise? You've got a whole world that can 30,000 different chemicals. How do you then do that risk assessment and then just start your way through the top? So, you know, things that concern us is benzene and lead. You know, they're things that are known carcinogens, or we know lead in particular affects the development of young children. So we're really targeting those historical legacy uses of New South Wales, so, you know, around the old smelters or, you know, Port Kembla or out at Broken Hill. So we just have multiple programs that look at addressing those things and giving the community, often for those things where there are a widespread contaminant like lead, you can't clean it up fully, but you're giving community good information about how you can live with it and live with it safely.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I just have two questions. I mean, I have probably 5 pages, but what we can also do is put questions on notice. So, senators, you know, that's available to all of us, as you know. So, have you considered a requirement for labelling of products containing PFAS?
Yes, but better than that would be eliminating it from the economy, which is what we've been working towards and happily will arrive at in July.
Okay. Could you do both?
No reason not to, but I mean, if it's prohibited, it's not just import, it's manufacturing, sale. It should be a comprehensive phase out.
So prohibition only applies to 3 chemicals. What about the rest of the family? There's thousands of family members of PFAS, PFOA. So where are you up to with what's the plan to look at those other chemicals?
It's interesting because, as Tony mentioned, we've been doing work with the compostable food sector because people want to keep their Luxor in the bowl hot and doesn't fall out the bottom, and a lot of that either has embedded plastic or other compounds in it. And so rather than chase the particular 3 or 4 that people are worried about, we use a testing method called total organic fluorine. It's called TOPA. And you're just looking for the fluorine chemical. If the fluorine chemical's in there, then it's in the PFAS family. So we're not really trying to chase every little 14,000 versions of it. You're just looking for that one particular fluorine chemical. So that's where I think the NEP will go further in the next versions, where we move to more the broader testing away from looking for a particular species, the ones, the PFOS and PFOA, to just looking at total fluorine.
Okay. Fantastic. I'll stop there because we do have our next session waiting online. Thank you very much for appearing today. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday, 7th of February 2025. Thank you.
Great job on all the plastic stuff too. I think you guys are kind of leading the country in a lot of what you're doing.
Okay, we're catching up a little bit of time, but we'll probably end at 1 p.m. And we're right to go. I will now welcome representatives of the National Medical Health Research Council who will be joining us via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Commonwealth officers appearing today are also reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. A copy of the order is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. It's Alan Singh here, Executive Director of the Research, Quality and Advice Branch of the National Health and Medical Research Council.
So I'm Crystal Jackson. I'm the Director of the Environmental Health Section at the National Health and Medical Research.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you.
Thank you, Senator. I will attempt to reduce the opening statement because I understand the time pressures that you're under. So I will just focus on the guidelines work that we're doing. As Australia's leading expert body for health and medical research and providing evidence-based health advice, NHMRC has responsibility for the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines and also the Guidelines for Managing Risks in Recreational Water, both of which currently contain guidance on PFAS. We're in the process of updating the 2018 guidance in the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, and as many people are aware, a draft updated PFAS fact sheet was released for public consultation from the 21st of October to the 22nd of November 2024. We have received 88 submissions, and they're being considered by our Water Quality Advisory Committee as required by our legislation. It's important to recognise that the proposed guideline values might change as a result of the public consultation process and additional independent expert review that we will be undertaking on the draft guidelines. The second guidelines, the recreational water guidelines, are currently being updated by our Recreational Water Quality Advisory Committee, and we hope to go to public consultation on those in mid-2025. NHMRC's water guidelines provides nationally consistent standards to maintain public health and which underpin state and territory regulations on drinking water and recreational water quality. The relevant state and territory health or drinking water regulator is responsible for regulating supply and establishing monitoring requirements. NHMRC may also review additional PFAS in the future, but we note that there is limited toxicological information available for most PFAS, and further research is required to understand health risks from other individual PFAS or PFAS mixtures. Lastly, I just wanted to note that NHMRC does not automatically adopt drinking water guideline values from other jurisdictions. We determine them after carefully evaluating the scientific evidence. Where international advice has been updated, NHMRC and the Water Quality Advisory Committee consider the quality of the review used to inform the international advice, the underpinning scientific evidence, and whether the advice is relevant in the Australian context. This is important because other countries, such as the United States, do issue public health advice within their own legislative frameworks, which don't apply to Australia. They can also use risk assessment approaches and policies that may differ from Australia's, and these approaches can result in different estimations of risks and differences in the basis for setting target values. Hence, it's not unusual for guideline values to vary from country to country due to these different methodologies, calculations, and choice of endpoints used. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I was going to ask about, the difference between US and Australian drinking water guidelines, but I think that was well explained to us this morning, the process, the different processes adopted. I am interested, we've had evidence provided to the inquiry where we've had expressed concerns that the proposed guidelines in Australia are too weak, but we've also had others suggest that the additional level of protection provided by the proposed limits, may not justify the cost of implementation. How would you respond to these concerns?
So I think that's why what we try to do in this process is really be guided by the evidence on the impacts on human health, and we do not take into account the costs of implementing changes to assure people meet the guideline values.
Just to add to that, we, as part of our evidence to decision framework, we do note some of these implications, but that also includes consumer values and preferences. So part of the, the discussion we have as a committee is noting these changes, but ultimately it comes down to the health evidence and what our Water Quality Advisory Committee advises us is the most certain evidence to base a guideline value on.
Okay, thank you. Look, you may not be able to answer this in the short time we have, but you know, in 2018, you opened a targeted call for research on PFAS, and I've got a rough idea of the kind of areas that the research projects have covered. Are you able to provide the committee, perhaps on notice, is there a summary of the research projects that have been funded and what they've discovered and how that's been used at all to help guide decision making or policy development?
We can certainly, I'm very happy to take that on notice and provide the committee with an update on those projects. We have published, I think, a summary of what they were trying to achieve and then 2023 updates on our website. We have received the 2024 updates on those projects, and we're expecting to publish that in the near future, and we'll look for any other information we can provide the committee and include that as well.
That'd be great. I'd be particularly interested. The concept of blood tests has come up a lot in the last couple of days of evidence. We've heard, especially from communities yesterday at Wreck Bay and communities at Richmond and Blue Mountains today, that they'd like to have blood tests that are affordable and accessible, and there doesn't seem to be any momentum from decision makers to provide that. Yeah, I'd be interested if there's been any research done on the use of or the usefulness of blood tests in the community, and whether that's something you have any views on.
Happy to have a look at that.
Right, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. Just to follow on from that, one of the aspects of your submission was, or observed, that there's sort of an uncertain and at times conflicting series of studies based on humans and animals on the health impacts of PFAS. One of the aspects of the inquiry of this committee will obviously require us to consider that. In terms of a framework or a series of principles or approaches to evaluate which of those studies are likely to be most useful, is there an approach that the NH and MRC uses, and is there an approach that would be useful for us to adopt without that technical expertise?
Thanks, Senator. That's a really good question, and there's actually there's a framework that we've been trying out with our drinking water guidelines to try and streamline when we do updates to our chemical fact sheets, and we've been working on that since 2018, where we looked at the way that other agencies review their evidence and how they update their guidelines. And so we found a short list of agencies that we are quite, we think are quite compatible with NHMRC and our standards for guidelines, which are like the gold standards for guideline development here in Australia for public health, clinical practice and environmental health guidelines. So we've worked out a way to try and reduce the time and resources required for reviews by reducing duplication of effort, because you might be aware there's hundreds of reviews that have been undertaken by different countries. So we're quite lucky that we have a lot of resources to draw from there, but our idea is that we would adopt or adapt guidelines from other jurisdictions who have recently reviewed the evidence, so we don't have to repeat it. The thing is, though, like you mentioned, there are times where there are disagreements around whether a study is high quality, whether it's relevant to humans, whether the way it's been adapted or extrapolated to humans from animals. There's lots of different ways in that technical scientific world for risk assessment where there can be a lot of disagreements about where you end up. So that area is still kind of under development, and each agency still might do something different. But part of what we try and promote at NHMRC in guideline development is transparency. So we're quite keen to show people how we developed our advice and our guideline values and provide all the information people might need to see how we did it. but we accept that people might actually disagree with us about things, and we're taking a lot of information on board while we're looking at public consultation comments. And we'll use that obviously through an improvement process for our framework that we're using internally to develop our chemical fact sheets. So that's what we're doing internally, but there's other frameworks that are used by other organisations. If you go through the systematic review process, there's Cochrane, you use the GRADE framework, you might like to look at those. And I would probably recommend, if you wanted to adopt a framework, I would get a methodologist to advise you on that as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. That's...
Thank you. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I first want to come to, you're working on the drinking water guidelines, and you're currently working through the public submissions that you've got. When are those guidelines expected to be finalised?
We are aiming for April, Senator, noting that one of the things that we are still waiting for is the publication of the IARC study, that's the International Agency for Research on Cancer, and their monograph about the carcinogenicity of a couple of PFASs that was expected to be published back in November. And so we think that might be quite an important work. So that might end up delaying things a little, but we're certainly aiming for April. We understand the public interest in this one.
And understand, we've heard a lot today about the difference between the items that will come into place in July this year, which will ban 4 different types of PFAS, so PFAS, PFOS, PFOA. Will your drinking water guidelines only cover those, or will your drinking water guidelines cover the whole spectrum of PFAS chemicals?
The guidelines will be covering the specifically PFAS, PFOA, PFOS, PFHXS, and PFBS. We also looked at Gen X chemicals, another type of PFAS, but we have not, basically we concluded that there's not enough evidence to set a value for those, but we have proposed values for those other 4.
So then, to build on that, does then one, I hate using the word assume because I keep telling my staff not to use it, but I'm going to use it, that when water utilities such as Sydney Water are testing their water to satisfy themselves that they're within the drinking water guidelines, they're really only testing for those main 5 that are covered by the guidelines?
I think that would be our assumption, that those would be the ones they're concentrating on. Whether or not some might include tests for other PFOS, other PFAS, we can't be sure about. I guess I should also flag that the reason those were the types of PFAS that we concentrated on is that they're the ones which have the most advice in relation to human health impacts, and which were also the subject of international changes to international guidance as well. So we will keep an eye on the evidence as it develops for other types of PFAS. But as I mentioned in my original statement, at the moment there is limited toxicological information for most of those chemicals.
Are there different tests for the different types of PFAS? So it's easier to test for the main or the key 5, but you have to, is there further work involved in testing for the one of 14,000 other potential PFAS chemicals?
Senator, yes, there are individual tests for the different PFAS, but commercially there aren't tests available for all of the 14,000 or plus substances. So at the moment, most laboratories that water utilities would probably access services from would probably test between 30 and 50 of them. So there will be, you know, broader than those 4 that might be in our guidelines. There might be more PFAS that utilities can test for that, you know, would be good if they're looking at investigating. If they find some, maybe they want to test for others, or if they're doing any research or investigation, they certainly have some options there to look for others that are commercially available testing. I think maybe in the research environment, there might be more methods available for testing purposes. So in that space, it might be a bit easier and a bit of active research there to get methods and protocols up for all the analytical equipment and testings. And then also, I guess the subject that might come up too is around total or some values of PFAS, which has come up in other jurisdictions, which we did consider as part of our review. At the committee at the time of public consultation determined that there wasn't enough evidence to do that, and also required further review, which you know, we're quite interested in looking into. But also we do note that in different jurisdictions there's either a health-based total or sum value for all the different PFAS, or it might be operational based on pragmatic reasons. And there seems to be a lack of consensus about particularly the operational values that might be helpful in terms of testing for all of PFAS. So we've still got to work that out, and that's an active area of research.
Thank you. I just quickly want to also ask about the recreational water guidelines, which you said you'll commence a review of this year. Are these the guidelines that cover things like blue-green algae in waterways to provide public health alerts?
Senator, yes, those will cover cyanobacteria and algae. They cover microbial water quality, fecal pathogens, chemicals, and there is a bit in there around miscommunication and ways that the public can be notified how to manage those risks.
So we heard today from Water New South Wales that they test their storages across the state. So when they're doing those tests, they would test to ensure compliance with the recreational water use water guidelines. Would that be correct?
Only if they were being used for recreation. And a lot of storages are protected reservoirs to avoid fecal contamination from humans, because that's one of the biggest risks to human health is actually fecal pollution. And that would come from people swimming in water supplies or falling in from kayaking and things like that. So whether or not, I think if it's a drinking water storage area, you just sort of compare it to drinking water. But if it's used for recreation, which some reservoirs are, you might like to use recreational water quality too.
But it doesn't apply to rivers. Would that be safe to say? Coming from the Riverina and near the Murray River and the Murrumbidgee River, there's a lot of recreation that goes on the river. We've also heard that downstream of the Wagga RAF base, there was quite significant PFAS contamination that has impacted businesses downstream of there, but the recreational water guidelines don't apply to the rivers. Is that safe to say?
No, they do. They apply to natural waterways, wherever human exposure and contact with the water, whether it's primary, meaning being dunked in it and swimming in it, or secondary, if you're using it and on it but not physically immersed in it.
So in other words, if a river is being used for recreational purposes, the recreational water guidelines should apply.
So then who would be responsible for testing those rivers and waterways and taking remedial action if any part of the guidelines is being exceeded?
Sorry, Stan, I just need to cough. Pardon me. So it really depends on the site, because there's a different. For instance, it might be states and territories, but if it's a state forest or something where a river's going through, but it also might be a national park where people are recreating in the waterway. It might be a local council it really depends, and that's part of what we recommend is determining who is responsible when you're doing risk management planning, because then you can identify who has to do those actions.
Interesting. And then I'm going to get in trouble here, because then you've got waterways which are not water utility waterways, and they're not used for recreational purposes, but they might be used to extract irrigation water, for example. Are there any guidelines that cover those unregulated waterways?
It kind of depends on what you're looking for too, because I mean there's all the fresh and marine water guidelines and the NEP. So in some responsibilities might go to EPAs, some might go to tourism operators. There's a whole variety of different responsible authorities, and part of the issue and part of the problem is trying to identify those. And I feel like that's an ongoing issue that needs to be resolved, and we hope that our updated guidelines can help people identify those groups.
I'm imagining a lovely spaghetti diagram. Thank you very much,
Oh,
Chair.
yeah, it's really messy.
Clear as mud. Thank you. Senator Thorpe here. Can you please tell us why you won't share any of the 88 submissions on the new drinking guidelines until after they have been decided on?
I think that's largely a matter of logistics and priority, Senator. We're not trying to keep them secret. It's just that actually making sure that they're ready to be published and then putting them up on the website takes some time, and it's a relatively small team who, in our view, would be better off engaged with the committee in trying to work out, address the comments and make sure that the final product takes all those comments on board.
I respect that, small teams. However, it's in the public interest and, in the interest of accountability and transparency. Would you consider putting those 88 submissions out there for public to see? I mean, I can help you with some team members. We've got a room full of people here. I'm sure they'd volunteer to get it online. Would you consider that?
I'm happy to consider that and see how practical it would be, Senator, yes.
Great, thank you. Is it correct that the draft guidelines actually do not reflect the recommendation from the consultants?
Senator, the review that was contracted out by NHMRC to our reviewer was determined, like the scope of that review was determined by the committee. The whole idea of commissioning that review by an independent reviewer is so that you can consider their findings, and part of the scope of the review is for the reviewer to not make a recommendation about anything in particular, but to show us what some of the strengths and weaknesses were in the underpinning studies. So the Water Quality Advisory Committee has considered the findings of that report and have determined what they consider the most highest certainty and most conservative precautionary values that we could use for our drinking water guidelines.
Great, thank you. So the recommendation from the consultants was that the levels were okay, but there was a decision made or taken to lower by your organisation to lower PFAS levels in the draft guidelines despite conflicting advice. Is that true?
Well, Senator, it wasn't, as you've heard, the evidence reviewer was not asked to come up with particular, specific recommendations, and we do not adopt the findings of the evidence review automatically any more than we would simply adopt an international evidence review. We do ask the committee to look at all that evidence and then apply their expert judgment and then come to a considered view as a group. And basically that is why we ended up with different values.
Okay, so what did you base the proposed levels on, given they don't accord with best practice research conducted in the US?
I'm not sure to which research you're referring, Senator. Do you mean the EPA findings?
Yes.
Well, Senator, I think the US EPA findings are largely based on human studies, especially for PFAS and PFOA. Both our independent reviewer and the Water Quality Advisory Committee agreed that they did not think that the human epidemiological data was sufficient to derive a guideline value. And in that case, the next thing that we look at is the animal studies. So we did look at the animal studies chosen as the best available by the US EPA. And those are some of the ones that we chose as the point of departure for our guideline values.
Thank you. Well, we've heard in this inquiry that animal studies are not as good as human evidence, and you might want to get down to Wreck Bay because there's walking evidence and there's a cemetery full of people who've died from PFAS, and they're just left completely on their own with no health support. They want their blood tested. They can't afford to do that. We have elders buying water out of their aged care packages. So there's plenty of humans walking around with PFAS in their blood and dying from PFAS. So are there considerations to follow the approach of the EU and group chemicals for classification and regulation?
Look, the committee is certainly interested in this approach because we are also concerned about new things popping up, and not even just the ones that have already been identified. We're worried about the ones that industry might come up with to sort of have loopholes around any regulations that might come into play. So we would like a way of addressing that. We just need to make sure that it's feasible and it's useful for us in Australia as well, and it's measurable. And it will be able to be implemented.
Yeah, it's great that you're interested, but another thing that we've heard in this inquiry is people want action because people are dying, and being in Wreck Bay for the last 4 days, and a 12-year-old having half her breast cut off because of PFAS, people are actually dying. So I know that you're interested, and it's great, but people want action. So what action can you do in relation to, reaching out to EPA in the US with the classification and regulation rather than just being interested? What is your action point around that?
Senator, the action we took was to expedite this review, which was expected to actually come out to public consultation, several months from now. So, in fact, we've already cut 3 or 4 months off the time frame. It is a carefully considered process, and so we wanted to make sure that there were ways to expedite the advice to address that public interest that would not affect the quality of the advice, and we're still working with that frame in mind.
Okay, just a follow-up. So we clearly know these chemicals are harmful. This is not going to be limited to just 3 or 4 out of the thousands. So what are you waiting on?
Well, Senator, we've got these public consultation comments, and we will be looking at that. There's a full range of commentary there, as people who, would like the values to be lower, people who feel the proposed values are too low. So we need to work through that, take it on board and see if that changes the values that we've proposed, and then subject it to expert reviews as another of the quality checks that we put ourselves through, and then get it out to people as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you so much for appearing today. Would have been great in person to see your face, but maybe we can call you back sometime. So Thank you for your time. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please provide it to the Secretariat by Friday the 7th of February 2025. And that concludes our hearing in Penrith. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee stands adjourned. Thank you.